Part 2. Riva. Chapter 9. Once more Relg led them through the dark, silent world of the caves. And once more Garion hated every moment of it. It seemed an eternity ago that they had left Prolgu, where Tenedra's farewells to the frail old Gurum had been long and tearful. The princess rather baffled Garion, and he gave himself over to some speculation about her as he stumbled along in the musty-smelling darkness. Something had happened at Prolgu. In some very subtle ways, Tenedra was different, and the differences made Garion jumpy for some reason. When at last, after unaccountable days in the dark, twisting galleries, they emerged once again into the world of light and air, it was through an irregular, brush-choked opening in the wall of a steep ravine. It was snowing heavily outside, with large flakes settling softly down through the windless air.
"Are you sure this is Sandaria?"
Barak asked Relg as he bowled his way through the obstructing brush at the mouth of the cave. Relg shrugged, once more binding a veil across his face to protect his eyes from the light.
"We are no longer in Ulgo." "There are a lot of places that aren't in Ulgo, Relg,"
Barak reminded him sourly.
"It sort of looks like Sandaria,"
King Kohag observed, leaning over in his saddle to stare out of the cave at the softly falling snow.
"Can anybody make a guess at the time of day?"
"It is really very hard to say when it is snowing this hard, Father," Hetar told him. "The horses think that it is about noon, but their idea of time is a bit imprecise."
"Wonderful," Silk noted sardonically. "We don't know where we are or what time it is. Things are getting off to a splendid start."
"It's not really that important, Silk,"
Belgariad said wearily.
"All we have to do is go north. We're bound to run into the Great North Road eventually."
"Fine," Silk replied. "But, which way is north?" Garion looked closely at his grandfather as the old man squeezed out into the snowy ravine. The old man's face was etched with lines of weariness, and the hollows under his eyes were dark again. Despite the 2 weeks or more of convalescence at the stronghold, and Aunt Paul's considered opinion that he was fit to travel, Belgariad had obviously not yet fully recovered from his collapse. As they emerged from the cave, they pulled on their heavy cloaks and tightened the cinches on their saddles in preparation to move out.
"An inviting sort of place, isn't it?"
Tenedra observed to Adara, looking around critically. "This is mountain country," Garion told her quickly, coming to the defense of his homeland. "It's no worse than the mountains of eastern Tenedra."
"I did not say that it was, Garion,"
she replied in an infuriating way. They rode for several hours until they heard the sound of axes somewhere off in the forest.
"Woodcutters," Dernick surmised. "I'll go talk with them, get some directions."
He rode off in the direction of the sound. When he returned, he had a slightly disgusted look on his face.
"They've been going south," he told them.
"Oh, naturally," Silk said sardonically. "Did you find out what time it is?"
"Late afternoon," Dernick told him. "The woodcutters say that if we turn west, we'll strike a road that runs northwesterly. Brings us to the Great North Road, about 20 leagues on this side of Muros." "Let's see if we can find this road before dark, then," Belgariad replied. It took them several days to ride down out of the mountains, and several more before they had passed through the sparsely inhabited stretches of eastern Sandaria to the more thickly populated plains around Lake Sultern. It snowed intermittently the entire time, and the heavily traveled roads of south-central Sandaria were slushy and lay like ugly brown scars across the snowy hills. Their party was large, and they usually had to split up among several inns in the neat snow-covered villages at which they stopped. Princess Tenedra quite frequently used the word quaint
to describe both the villages and the accommodations, and Geryon found her fondness for the word just a trifle offensive. The kingdom through which they travelled was not the same Sindaria he had left more than a year before. Geryon saw quiet evidence of mobilization in almost every village along the way. Groups of country militia drilled in the brown slush in village squares, old swords and bent pikes, long forgotten in dusty attics or damp cellars, had been located and scraped free of rust in preparation for the war that everyone knew was coming. The efforts of these peaceful farmers and villagers to look warlike were often ludicrous. Their homemade uniforms were in every possible shade of red or blue or green, and their bright-colored banners obviously showed that treasured petticoats had been sacrificed to the cause. The faces of these simple folk, however, were serious. The young men strutted in their uniforms for the benefit of village girls, and older men tried to look like veterans. The atmosphere in each village was grave. Sindaria stood quietly on the brink of war. At Saltern, Aunt Paul, who had been looking thoughtfully at each village through which they passed, apparently reached a decision. "Father," she said to Belgariad as they rode into town, "you and Kohag and the rest go straight on to Sindar. Dernick, Geryon, and I need to make a little side trip."
"Where are you going?"
"To Faldor's farm."
"Faldor's? What for?"
"We all left things behind, Father. You hustled us out of there so fast that we barely had time to pack." Her tone and expression were so matter-of-fact that Geryon immediately suspected subterfuge, and Belgariad's briefly raised eyebrow indicated that he was also fairly certain that she was not telling him everything.
"We are starting to trim this a bit close, Paul," the old man pointed out.
"There's still plenty of time, Father. It's not really all that far out of our way. We will only be a few days behind you."
"Is it really that important, Paul?"
"Yes, Father. I think it is. Keep an eye on Errand for me, won't you? I don't think he really needs to go with us."
"All right, Paul."
A silvery peal of laughter burst from the lips of the Princess Tenedra, who was watching the stumbling efforts of a group of militiamen to execute a right turn without tripping over their own weapons. Aunt Paul's expression did not change as she turned her gaze on the giggling jewel of the Empire. "I think we will take that one with us, however." Tenedra protested bitterly when she was advised that she would not be traveling directly to the comforts of King Fulrak's palace at Sindar, but her objections had no impact on Aunt Paul. "Doesn't she ever listen to anyone?" the little princess grumbled to Geryon as they rode along behind Aunt Paul and Dernick on the road to Medalia. "She always listens," Geryon replied. "But she never changes her mind, does she?" "Not very often. But she does listen." Aunt Paul glanced over her shoulder at them. "Pull up your head, Tenedra," she instructed. "It is starting to snow again, and I don't want you riding with a wet head." The princess drew in a quick breath as if preparing to retort. "I wouldn't," Geryon advised her softly. "But she's not in the mood for discussion just now." Tenedra glared at him, but pulled up her hood in silence. It was still snowing lightly when they reached Medalia that evening. Tenedra's reaction to the lodgings offered at the inn was predictable. There was, Geryon had noted, a certain natural rhythm to her outbursts. She never began at the top of her voice, but rather worked her way up to it with an impressively swelling crescendo. She had just reached the point of launching herself into full voice when she was suddenly brought up short. "What an absolutely charming display of good breeding," Aunt Paul observed calmly to Dernick. "All of Geryon's old friends will be terribly impressed by this sort of thing, don't you think?" Dernick looked away, hiding a smile.
"Oh, I'm sure of it, Mistress Paul."
Tenedra's mouth was still open, but her tirade had been cut off instantly. Geryon was amazed at her sudden silence.
Was being a bit silly, wasn't I?"
she said after a moment. Her tone was reasonable, almost sweet-natured. "Yes, dear, just a bit," Aunt Paul agreed. It was perhaps noon of the following day when they turned off of the main road leading to Erarat into the country lane that led to Faldor's farm. Since that morning, Gerion's excitement had risen to almost intolerable heights. Every milepost, every bush and tree was familiar to him now. And over there, wasn't that old Kralto riding an unsaddled horse on some errand for Faldor? Finally, at the sight of a tall, familiar figure clearing brush and twigs from a drainage ditch, he was no longer able to restrain himself. He drove his heels into his horse's flanks, smoothly jumped a fence, and galloped across the snowy field toward the solitary worker. "Runderig!" he shouted, hauling his horse to a stop and flinging himself from the saddle.
"Your Honour?"
Runderig replied, blinking with astonishment.
"Runderig, it's me, Gerion. Don't you recognize me?"
"Gerion?"
Runderig blinked several more times, peering intently into Gerion's face. The light dawned slowly in his eyes like a sunrise on a murky day.
"Why, I believe you're right,"
he marveled.
"You are Gerion, aren't you?"
"Of course I am, Runderig,"
Gerion exclaimed, reaching out to take his friend's hand. But Runderig shoved both hands behind him and stepped back.
"Your clothing, Gerion. Have a care. I'm all over mud."
"Oh, I don't care about the clothes, Runderig. You're my friend."
The tall lad shook his head stubbornly.
"You mustn't get mud on them. They're too splendid. Plenty of time to shake hands after I clean up."
He stared curiously at Gerion.
"Where'd you get such fine things? And a sword? You'd better not let Faldor see you wearing a sword. You know he doesn't approve of that sort of thing."
Somehow things were not going the way they were supposed to be going.
"How's Darun?"
Gerion asked.
"And Zubret?"
"Darun moved away last summer,"
Runderig replied after a moment's struggle to remember.
"I think his mother remarried. Anyway, they're on a farm down on the other side of Winold. And Zubret? Well, Zubret and I started walking out together not too long after you left."
The tall young man suddenly blushed and looked down in embarrassed confusion.
"There's sort of an understanding between us, Gerion," he blurted.
"How splendid, Runderig!"
Gerion exclaimed quickly to cover the little dagger cut of disappointment. Runderig, however, had already taken the next step.
"I know that you and she were always fond of each other,"
he said, his long face miserably unhappy.
"I'll have a talk with her."
He looked up, tears standing in his eyes.
"It wouldn't have gone so far, Gerion, except that none of us thought you were ever coming back."
"Well, I haven't really, Runderig,"
Gerion quickly assured his friend.
"We only came by to visit and to pick up some things that we left behind. Then we'll be off again."
"Have you come for Zubret, too?"
Runderig asked in a numb, stricken sort of voice that tore at Gerion's heart.
"Runderig,"
he said it very calmly,
"I don't even have a home anymore. One night I sleep in a palace, the next night in the mud beside the road. Would either one of us want that kind of a life for Zubret?"
"I think she'd go with you, if you asked her to, though."
"I think she'd endure anything to be with you," said Runderig.
"But we won't let her, will we? So far as we are concerned, the understanding between the two of you is official."
"I could never lie to her, Gerion,"
the tall boy objected.
"I could,"
Gerion said bluntly.
"Particularly if it will keep her from living out her life as a homeless vagabond. All you have to do is to keep your mouth shut and let me do the talking."
He grinned suddenly.
just as in the old days. A slow smile crept shyly across Rundurig's face. The gate of the farm stood open, and good, honest Faldor, beaming and rubbing his hands with delight, was bustling around Aunt Paul, Dernick, and Tenedra. The tall, thin farmer seemed as lean as always, and his long jaw appeared to have grown even longer in the year and more since they had left. There was a bit more gray at his temples, but his heart had not changed. Princess Tenedra stood demurely to one side of the little group, and Geryon carefully scanned her face for danger signs. If anyone could disrupt the plan he had in mind, it would most likely be Tenedra, but try though he might, he could not read her face. Then Zubret descended the stairs from the gallery that encircled the interior of the courtyard. Her dress was a country dress, but her hair was still golden, and she was even more beautiful than before. 1,000 memories flooded over Geryon all at once, together with an actual pain at what he had to do. They had grown up together, and the ties between them were so deep that no outsider could ever fully understand what passed between them in a single glance. And it was with a glance that Geryon lied to her. Zubret's eyes were filled with love, and her soft lips were slightly parted, as if almost ready to answer the question she was sure he would ask, even before he gave it voice. Geryon's look, however, feigned friendship, affection even, but no love. Incredulity flickered across her face, and then a slow flush. The pain Geryon felt as he watched the hope die in her blue eyes was as sharp as a knife. Even worse, he was forced to retain his pose of indifference, while she wistfully absorbed every feature of his face, as if storing up those memories which had to last her a lifetime. Then she turned, and, pleading some errand, she walked away from them. Geryon knew that she would avoid him thereafter, and that he had seen her for the last time in his life. It had been the right thing to do, but it had very nearly broken Geryon's heart. He exchanged a quick glance with Rundurig that said all that needed saying, and then he sadly watched the departure of the girl he had always thought that one day he might marry. When she turned a corner and disappeared, he sighed rather bitterly, turned back and found Tenedra's eyes on him. Her look plainly told him that she understood precisely what he had just done and how much it had cost him. There was sympathy in that look, and a peculiar questioning. Despite Faldor's urgings, Polgara immediately rejected the role of honored guest. It was as if her fingers itched to touch all of the familiar things in the kitchen once more. No sooner had she entered than her cloak went on a peg, an apron went about her waist, and her hands fell to work. Her polite suggestions remained so for almost a full minute and a half, before they became commands, and then everything was back to normal again. Faldor and Dernick, their hands clasped behind their backs, strolled about the courtyard, looking into storage sheds, talking about the weather and other matters, and Geryon stood in the kitchen doorway with Princess Tenedra. "Will you show me the farm, Geryon?" she asked very quietly. "If you wish." "Does Lady Polgara really like to cook that much?" She looked across the warm kitchen to where Aunt Paul, humming happily to herself, was rolling out a pie crust. "I think so," Geryon answered. "Her kitchen's an orderly kind of place. She likes order. Food goes in one end and supper comes out the other." He looked around at the low-beamed room with all of the polished pots and pans hanging on the wall. His life seemed to have come full circle. "I grew up in this room," he said quietly. "There are worse places to grow up, I suppose." Tenedra's tiny hand crept into his. There was a kind of tentativeness in her touch, almost as if she were not entirely certain how the gesture would be received.
There was something peculiar and rather comforting about holding her hand. It was a very small hand. Sometimes Geryon found himself forgetting just how diminutive Sinedra really was. At the moment she seemed very tiny and very vulnerable, and Geryon felt protective for some reason. He wondered if it would be appropriate to put his arm about her shoulder. Together they wandered about the farmstead, looking into barns and stables and hen roosts. Finally they reached the hayloft that had always been Geryon's favorite hiding place. "I used to come here when I knew that Aunt Paul had work for me to do," he confessed with a rueful little laugh. "Didn't you want to work?" Sinedra asked him. "Everybody here seems to be busy every single moment." "Oh, I don't mind working," Geryon told her. "It's just that some of the things she wanted me to do were pretty distasteful." "Like scrubbing the pots?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. "Well, that's not one of my favorites, no." They sat together on the soft, fragrant hay in the loft. Sinedra, her fingers now locked firmly in Geryon's, absently traced designs on the back of his hand with her other forefinger. "You were very brave this afternoon, Geryon," she told him seriously. "Brave?" "You gave up something that's always been very special and very important to you." "Oh, you mean Zubret?" "I think it was for the best, really. Rundrig loves her, and he can take care of her in ways that I probably wouldn't be able to." "I'm not sure that I understand." "Zubret needs a lot of special attention. She's clever and pretty, but she's not really very brave. She used to run away from trouble a lot. She needs someone to watch over her and keep her warm and safe. Somebody who can devote his entire life to her. I don't think I'll be able to do that." "If you had stayed here at the farm, though, you would have married her, wouldn't you?" "Probably," he admitted. "But I didn't stay at the farm." "Didn't it hurt? Giving her up like that?" Geryon sighed.
"Yes, it did," he said. "Sort of. But it was best for all of us, I think. I get a feeling that I'm going to spend a lot of my life traveling about, and Zubret's really not the sort of person you can ask to sleep on the ground." "You people never hesitated to ask me to sleep on the ground," Sinedra pointed out a trifle indignantly. Geryon looked at her. "We didn't, did we? I guess I never thought about that before. Maybe it's because you're braver." The following morning, after extended farewells and many promises to return, the four of them set out for Sindar. "Well, Geryon?" Aunt Paul said, as they rode across the hill that put Faldor's farm irrevocably behind them. "Well, what?" She gave him a long, silent look. He sighed. There was really not much point in trying to hide things from her. "I won't be able to go back there, will I?" "No, dear." "I guess I always thought that when this was all finished, maybe we could go back to the farm. But we won't, will we?" "No, Geryon, we won't." "You had to see it again to realize it, though. It was the only way to get rid of the little bits and pieces of it that you have been trailing behind you all of these months. I am not saying that Faldor's is a bad place, you understand. It is just that it's not right for certain people. We made the trip all the way up there just so I could find that out. It is fairly important, Geryon. Of course, I enjoyed visiting with Faldor, too, and there were a few special things I left in the kitchen, things I have had for a very long time, and that I would rather not lose." A sudden thought had occurred to Geryon, however. "What about Sinedra? Why did you insist that she come along?" Aunt Paul glanced back once at the little princess, who was riding some yards behind them with her eyes lost in thought. It did not hurt her, and she saw some things there that were important for her to see. "I'm fairly sure that I'll never understand that," "No, dear. Probably not." It snowed fitfully for the next day and a half as they rode along the road, crossing the white central plain toward the capital at Sindar. Though it was not particularly cold, the sky remained overcast and periodic flurries swept in on them as they rode west. Near the coastline, the wind picked up noticeably, and the occasional glimpses of the sea were disquieting. Great waves ran before the wind, their tops ripped to frothy tatters. At King Fulrak's palace, they found Belgariad in a foul humor. It was little more than a week until Eristide, and the old man stood glaring out a window at the stormy sea, as if it were all some kind of a vast personal insult.
"So nice that you could join us,"
he said sarcastically to Aunt Paul when she and Geryon entered the room where he brooded. "Be civil, father," she replied calmly, removing her blue cloak and laying it across a chair.
"Do you see what it is doing out there, Paul?"
He jabbed an angry finger toward the window. "Yes, father," she said, not even looking. Instead, she peered intently at his face. "You aren't getting enough rest," she accused him.
"How can I rest with all of that going on?"
He waved at the window again. "You are just going to agitate yourself, father, and that's bad for you. Try to keep your composure."
"We have to be in Riva by Eristide, Paul."
"Yes, father, I know. Have you been taking your tonic?"
"Oh, there's just no talking with her," the old man appealed directly to Geryon. "You can see that, can't you?"
"You don't really expect me to answer a question like that, do you, grandfather? Not right here in front of her."
Belgariad scowled at him. "Turncoat,"
he muttered spitefully. The old man's concern, however, was unfounded. 4 days before Eristide, Captain Graldic's familiar ship sailed into the harbor out of a seething sleet storm. Her masts and bulwarks were coated with ice, and her mainsail was ripped down the center. When the bearded sailor arrived at the palace, he was escorted to the room where Belgariad waited with Captain, now Colonel, Brendig, the sober baronet who had arrested them all in Kamar so many months before. Brendig's rise had been very rapid, and he was now, along with the Earl of Selene, among King Fulrak's most trusted advisers.
"Anheg sent me," Graldic reported laconically to Belgariad. "He's waiting at Riva with Rodar and Brand. They were wondering what was keeping you." "I can't find any ship captain willing to venture out of the harbor during this storm," Belgariad replied angrily. "Well, I'm here now. I've got to patch my sail, but that won't take too long," Graldic told him. "We can leave in the morning. Is there anything to drink around here?" "How is the weather out there?" Belgariad asked. "A little choppy," Graldic admitted with an indifferent shrug. He glanced through a window at the 12-foot waves crashing green and foamy against the icy stone wharves in the harbor below. "Once you get out past the breakwater, it's not so bad." "We will leave in the morning, then," Belgariad decided. "You will have 20 or so passengers. Have you got the room?" "We'll make room," Graldic said. "I hope you're not planning to take horses this time. It took me a week to get the bilges clean after that last trip." "Just one," Belgariad replied. "A colt that seems to have become attached to Geryon. He won't make that much mess. Do you need anything?" "I could still use that drink," Graldic replied hopefully. The following morning, the Queen of Cinderia went into hysterics. When she learned that she was going to accompany the party to Riva, Queen Layla went all to pieces. King Fulrak's plump little wife had an absolute horror of sea travel, even in the calmest weather. She could not so much as look at a ship without trembling. When Polgra informed her that she had to go with them to Riva, Queen Layla promptly collapsed. "Everything will be all right, Layla," Polgra kept repeating over and over again,
trying to calm the agitated little queen. "I won't let anything happen to you." "We'll all drown like rats," Queen Layla wailed in a stark terror. "Like rats! Oh, my poor orphaned children!" "Now stop that at once," Polgara told her. "The sea monsters, they'll eat us all up," the queen added morbidly, "crunching all our bones with their horrid teeth." "There are not any monsters in the Sea of the Winds, Layla," Polgara said patiently. "We have to go. We must be in Riva on Aristide." "Couldn't you tell them that I'm sick? That I'm dying?" Queen Layla pleaded. "If it would help, I will die. Honestly, Polgara, I'll die right here now on this very spot. Only please, don't make me get on that awful ship. Please." "You are being silly, Layla," Polgara chided her firmly. "You have no choice in the matter. None of us do. You and Fulrak and Celine and Brendig all have to go to Riva with the rest of us. That decision was made long before any of you were born. Now stop all of this foolishness and start packing." "I can't," the queen sobbed, flinging herself into a chair. Polgara looked at the panic-stricken queen with a kind of understanding sympathy. But when she spoke, there was no trace of it in her voice. "Get up, Layla," she commanded briskly. "Get on your feet and pack your clothes. You are going to Riva. You will go even if I have to drag you down to the ship and tie you to the mast until we get there." "You wouldn't!" Queen Layla gasped, shocked out of her hysteria, as instantly as if she had just been doused with a pail full of cold water. "You wouldn't do that to me, Polgara?" "Wouldn't I?" Polgara replied. "I think you had better start packing, Layla." The queen weakly struggled to her feet. "I'll be seasick every inch of the way," she promised. "You can, if it makes you happy, dear," Polgara said sweetly, patting the plump little queen gently on the cheek. Chapter 10. They were 2 days at sea from Sindar to Riva, running before a quartering wind with their patched sail booming and the driving spray that froze to everything it touched. The cabin below decks was crowded, and Geryon spent most of his time topside, trying to stay out of the wind and out from under the sailors' feet at the same time. Inevitably, he moved finally to the sheltered spot in the prow, sat with his back against the bulwark and his blue hooded cloak tight about him, and gave himself over to some serious thinking. The ship rocked and pitched in the heavy swells and frequently slammed head-on into monstrous black waves, shooting spray in all directions. The sea around them was flecked with whitecaps, and the sky was a threatening, dirty gray. Geryon's thoughts were almost as gloomy as the weather. His life, for the past 15 months, had been so caught up in the pursuit of the orb that he had not had time to look toward the future. Now the quest was almost over, and he began to wonder what would happen once the orb had been restored to the Hall of the Raven King. There would be no longer any reason for his companions to remain together. Barak would return to Val Alorn. Silk would certainly find some other part of the world more interesting. Hetar and Mandaralan and Relg would return home, and even Sinedra, once she had gone through the ceremony of presenting herself in the throne-room, would be called back to Talhanath. The adventure was almost over, and they would all pick up their lives again. They would promise to get together some day, and probably be quite sincere about it. But Geryon knew that, once they parted, he would never see them all together again. He wondered also about his own life. The visit to Faldor's farm had forever closed that door to him, even if it had ever really been open. The bits and pieces of information he had been gathering for the past year, and more, told him quite plainly that he was not going to be in a position to make his own decisions for quite some time. "I don't suppose that you would consider telling me what I'm supposed to do next?" He didn't really expect any kind of satisfactory answer from that other awareness. "It is a bit premature," the dry voice in his mind replied. "We'll be in Riva tomorrow," Geryon pointed out, "as soon as we put the orb back where it belongs. This part of the adventure will be all finished. Don't you think that a hint or two might be in order along about now?" "I would not want to spoil anything for you." "You know, sometimes I think you keep secrets just because you know that it irritates people." "What an interesting idea." The conversation got absolutely nowhere after that. It was about noon on the day before Eristide when Graldic's ice-coated ship tacked heavily into the sheltered harbor of the city of Riva, on the coast of the Isle of the Winds. A jutting promontory of wind-lashed rock protected the harbor basin and the city itself. Riva, Geryon saw immediately, was a fortress. The wharves were backed by a high, thick city wall, and the narrow, snow-choked gravel strand stretching out to either side of the wharves was also cut off from access to the city. A cluster of makeshift buildings and low, varicolored tents stood on the strand, huddled against the city wall and half buried in snow. Geryon thought he recognized Tulnidrins and a few Drasnian merchants moving quickly through the little enclave in the raw wind. The city itself rose sharply up the steep slope upon which it was built, each succeeding row of gray stone houses towering over the ones below. The windows facing out toward the harbor were all very narrow and very high up in the buildings, and Geryon could see the tactical advantage of such construction. The terraced city was a series of successive barriers. Breaching the gates would accomplish virtually nothing. Each terrace would be as impregnable as the main wall. Surmounting the entire city and brooding down at it rose the final fortress, its towers and battlements as gray as everything else in the bleak city of the Ravens. The blue and white sword banners of Riva stood out stiffly in the wind above the fortress, outlined sharply against the dark gray clouds scudding across the winter sky. King Anheg of Kerek, clad in fur, and Bran, the Raven warder, wearing his gray cloak, stood on the wharf before the city gates, waiting for them as Graldic's sailors rowed the ship smartly up to the wharf. Beside them, his reddish-gold hair spread smoothly out over his green-cloaked shoulders, stood Leldarin of Wildentor. The young Asturian was grinning broadly. Geryon took one incredulous look at his friend. Then, with a shout of joy, he jumped to the top of the rail and leaped across to the stone wharf. He and Leldarin caught each other in a rough bear hug, laughing and pounding each other on the shoulders with their fists. "Are you all right?" Geryon demanded. "I mean, did you completely recover and everything?" "I am as sound as ever," Leldarin assured him with a laugh. Geryon looked at his friend's face dubiously. "You would say that even if you were bleeding to death, Leldarin." "No, I am really fine," the Asturian protested. "The young sister of Baron O'Train leached the Algroth poison from my veins with poultices and vile-tasting potions, and restored me to health with her art. Oh, she's a marvelous girl." His eyes glowed as he spoke of her. "What are you doing here in Riva?" Geryon demanded. "Lady Spolgra's message reached me last week," Leldarin explained. "I was still at Baron O'Train's castle." He coughed a bit uncomfortably. "For one reason or another, I had kept putting off my departure. When her instruction to travel to Riva with all possible haste reached me, I left at once. Surely you knew about the message?" "This is the first I'd heard of it," Geryon replied, looking over to where Aunt Paul, followed by Queen Silar and Queen Layla, were stepping down from the ship to the wharf.
"Where's Rodar?" Hohag was asking King Anheg.
"He stayed up at the Citadel," Anheg shrugged. "There isn't really that much point to his hauling that paunch of his up and down the steps to the harbor any more than he has to."
"How is he?" King Folrak asked.
"I think he has lost some weight," Anheg replied. The approach of fatherhood seems to have had some impact on his appetite.
When's the child due? Queen Layla asked seriously.
I really could not say, Layla,
The king of Kerak told her.
I have trouble keeping track of things like that. Foreign had to stay at Bakhtor, though. I guess she's too far along to travel. Eichlina's here, though.
I need to talk with you, Gerion, Lotharin said nervously. Of course. Gerion led his friend several yards down the snowy pier, away from the turmoil of disembarking. I am afraid that Lady Pulbra is going to be cross with me, Gerion, Lotharin said quietly. Why cross? Gerion said it suspiciously. Well, Lotharin hesitated. A few things went wrong along the way, sort of. What exactly are we talking about when we say went wrong, sort of? I was at Baron Othrain's castle, Lotharin began. Well, I got that part. Arianna, the Lady Arianna, that is, Baron Othrain's sister, the blonde membrate girl who nursed you back to health. Ah, so you remember her. Lotharin sounded very pleased about that. Do you remember how lovely she is? How— I think we're getting away from that point, Lotharin, Gerion said firmly. We were talking about why Aunt Paul's going to be cross with you? Oh, I'm getting to it, Gerion. Well, to put it briefly, Arianna and I had become, well, friends? I see. Oh, nothing improper, you understand, Lotharin said quickly. But our friendship was such that, well, we did not want to be separated. The young Asturian's face appealed to his friend for understanding. Actually, it was a bit more than did not want to. Arianna told me that she would die if I left her behind. Possibly she was exaggerating, Gerion suggested. But how could I risk it, though? Lotharin protested. Women are so much more delicate than we are. Besides, Arianna's a physician. She would know if she would die, would she not? I'm sure she would, Gerion sighed. Why don't you just plunge on with the story, Lotharin? I think I'm ready for the worst now. It's not that I really meant any harm, Lotharin said plaintively. Of course not. Anyway, Arianna and I left the castle very late one evening. I knew the knight on guard at the drawbridge, so I hit him over the head because I did not want to hurt him. Gerion blinked. I knew that he would be honor-bound to try to stop us, Lotharin explained. I did not want to have to kill him, so I hit him over the head. I suppose that makes sense, Gerion said dubiously. Arianna is almost positive that he will not die. Die? I hit him just a little too hard, I think. The others had all disembarked and were preparing to follow Brand and King Anheg up the steep, snow-covered stairs toward the upper levels of the city. So that's why you think Aunt Paul might be cross with you? Gerion said, as he and Lotharin fell in at the rear of the group. Well, that is not exactly the whole story, Gerion, Lotharin admitted. A few other things happened, too. Such as what? Well, they chased us a little, and I had to kill a few of their horses. I see. I specifically aimed my arrows at the horses and not at the men. It was not my fault that Baron Othrain could not get his foot clear of the stirrup, was it? How badly was he hurt? Gerion was almost resigned by now. Oh, nothing serious at all. At least I do not think so. A broken leg, perhaps. The one he broke before, when Sir Moundoralan unhorsed him? Go on, Gerion told him. Well, the priest did have it coming, though, Lotharin declared hotly. What priest?
The priest of Caldan at that little chapel who would not marry us because Ariana could not give him a document proving that she had her family's consent. He was very insulting. Did you break anything? A few of his teeth is about all. And I stopped hitting him as soon as he agreed to perform the ceremony. And so you are married. Congratulations. I'm sure you'll both be very happy, just as soon as they let you out of prison. Laldoran drew himself up. It is a marriage in name only, Garion. I would never take advantage of it. You know me better than that. We reasoned that Ariana's reputation might suffer if it became known that we were traveling alone like that. The marriage was just for the sake of appearances. As Laldoran described his disastrous journey through Arindia, Garion glanced curiously at the city of Riva. There was a kind of unrelieved bleakness about its snow-covered streets. The buildings were all very tall, and were of a uniform gray color. The few evergreen boughs, wreaths, and brightly hued buntings hung in celebration of the Erstide season seemed somehow to accentuate the stiff grimness of the city. There were, however, some very interesting smells coming from the kitchens, where Erstide feasts simmered and roasted under the watchful eyes of the women of Riva. That was all of it, then? Girion asked his friend. You stole Baron Alterain's sister, married her without his consent, broke his leg, and assaulted several of his people and a priest. That was everything that happened? Well, not exactly. Laldoran's face was a bit pained. There's more? I did not really mean to hurt Thorasin. Your cousin. Laldoran nodded moodily. Ariana and I took refuge at my uncle Reldigan's house, and Thorasin made some remarks about Ariana. She is a membrate, after all, and Thorasin's very prejudiced. My remonstrances were quite temperate, I thought, all things considered. But after I knocked him down the stairs, nothing would satisfy him but a duel. You killed him? Garion asked in a shocked voice. Of course I did not kill him. All I did was run him through the leg, just a little bit. How can you run somebody through just a little bit, Laldoran? Garion demanded of his friend in exasperation. Oh, you are disappointed in me, are you not, Garion? The young historian seemed almost on the verge of tears. Garion rolled his eyes skyward and gave up. No, Laldoran, I'm not disappointed. A little startled, perhaps, but not really disappointed. Was there anything else you can remember? Anything you might have left out? Well, I hear that I've sort of been declared an outlaw in Arindia. Sort of. The crown has put a price on my head, Laldoran admitted. Or so I understand. Garion began to laugh helplessly. A true friend would not laugh at my misfortunes, the young man complained, looking injured. You managed to get into that much trouble in just a week? Well, none of it was really my fault, Garion. Things just got out of hand, that is all. Do you think Lady Belgariad is going to be angry? I'll talk to her, Garion assured his impulsive young friend. Maybe if she and Mandoralan appeal to King Coradulan, they can get him to take the price off your head. Is it true that you and Sir Mandoralan destroyed the Murgo Nechak and all of his henchmen in the throne room at Vomimbre? Laldoran asked suddenly. I think the story might have gotten a bit garbled, Garion replied. I denounced Nechak, and Mandoralan offered to fight him to prove that what I said was true. Nechak's men attacked Mandoralan, then, and Beric and Hetar joined in. Hetar's the one who actually killed Nechak. We did manage to keep your name, and Thorasin's, out of it. You are a true friend, Garion.
Here? Beric was saying. What is she doing here?
She came with Aglena and me,
King Anheg replied. Did she? Anheg nodded. Your son is with her, and your daughters. His birth seems to have mellowed her a bit. What does he look like? Barak asked eagerly. He is a great, red-haired brute of a boy, Anheg laughed. And when he gets hungry, you can hear him yell for a mile. Barak grinned rather foolishly. When they reached the top of the stairs and came out into the shallow square before the great hall, 2 rosy-cheeked little girls in green cloaks were waiting impatiently for them. They both had long reddish-blonde braids and seemed to be only slightly older than Erend. "Papa?" the youngest of the 2 squealed, running to Barak. The huge man caught her up in his arms and kissed her soundly. The second girl, a year or so older than her sister, joined them with a show of dignity, but was also swept up in her father's embrace. "My daughters," Barak introduced the girls to the rest of the party. "This is Gundred." He poked his great red beard into the face of the eldest girl, and she giggled as his whiskers tickled her face. "And this is little Terzi." He smiled fondly at the youngest. "We have a little brother, Papa," the older girl informed him gravely. "What an amazing thing," Barak replied, feigning a great show of astonishment. "You knew about it already," Gundred accused him. "We wanted to be the ones to tell you," she pouted. "His name is Unrak, and he's got red hair just the same as you have," Terzi announced. "But he doesn't have a beard yet." "I expect that will come in time," Barak assured her. "He yells a lot," Gundred reported, "and he hasn't got any teeth." Then the broad gateway to the Revan citadel swung open, and Queen Elena, wearing a dark red cloak, emerged from within, accompanied by a lovely blonde Orendish girl and by Merrill, Barak's wife. Merrill was dressed in all green, and she was carrying a blanket-wrapped bundle in her arms. Her expression was one of pride. "Hail, Barak, Earl of Trelheimen, my husband," she said with great formality. "Thus have I fulfilled my ultimate duty." She extended the bundle. "Behold your son Unrak, Trelheim's heir." With a strange expression, Barak gently set his daughters down, approached his wife, and took the bundle from her. Very gently, his great fingers trembling, he turned back the blanket to gaze for the first time at his son's face. Garion could see only that the baby had bright red hair, much the same color as Barak's. "Hail, Unrak, heir to Trelheim, and my son," Barak greeted the infant in his rumbling voice. Then he kissed the child in his hands. The baby boy giggled and cooed as his father's great beard tickled his face. His 2 tiny hands reached up and clutched at the beard, and he burrowed his face into it like a puppy. "He's got a good strong grip," Barak commented to his wife, wincing as the infant tugged at his beard. Merrill's eyes seemed almost startled, and her expression was unreadable. "This is my son, Unrak," Barak announced to the rest of them, holding the baby up so that they could see him. "It may be a bit early to tell, but he shows some promise." Barak's wife had drawn herself up with pride. "You've done well, then, my lord?" "Beyond all my expectations, Merrill," he told her. Then, holding the baby in one arm, he caught her in the other and kissed her exuberantly. She seemed even more startled than before. "Let's go inside," the brutish-looking King Anheg suggested. "It is very cold out here, and I am a sentimental man. I would rather not have the tears freezing in my beard." The Orendish girl joined Lodren and Garion as they entered the fortress. "And this is my Ariane," Lodren told Garion, with an expression of total adoration on his face. For just a moment, Geryon had some hope for his impossible friend. Lady Ariana was a slim, practical-looking membrate girl, whose medical studies had given her a face with a certain seriousness. The look she directed at Lolderon, however, immediately dispelled any hope. Geryon shuddered inwardly at the total lack of anything resembling reason in the gaze these two exchanged. Ariana would not restrain Lolderon as he crashed headlong into disaster after disaster. She would encourage him. She would cheer him on.
"My lord hath awaited thy coming most eagerly," she said to Geryon, as they followed the others along a broad stone corridor. The very slight stress she put on "my lord" indicated that while Lolderon might think that their marriage was one in name only, she did not. "We are very good friends," Geryon told her. He looked around, a bit embarrassed by the way these two kept staring into each other's eyes. "Is this the Hall of the Raven King, then?" "'Tis generally called so," Ariana replied. "The ravens themselves speak with more precision, however. Lord Olban, the youngest son of the Raven Warder, has most graciously shown us throughout the fortress, and he doth speak of this as the citadel. The Hall of the Raven King is the throne room itself."
"Oh," Geryon said. "I see." He looked away quickly, not wanting to see the way all thought vanished from her eyes when they returned to their contemplation of Lolderon's face. King Rodar of Drasnia, wearing his customary red robe, was sitting in the large, low-beamed dining room where a fire crackled in a cave-like fireplace, and a multitude of candles gave off a warm, golden light. Rodar vastly filled a chair at the head of a long table, with the ruins of his lunch spread before him. His crown was hung negligently on the back of his chair, and his round red face was gleaming with perspiration.
"Finally,"
he said with a grunt. He waddled ponderously to greet them. He fondly embraced Polgra, kissed Queen Selar and Queen Layla, and took the hands of King Kohag and King Folrak in his own.
"It's been a long time,"
he said to them, and then he turned to Belgarath.
"What took you so long?"
he asked.
"We had a long way to go, Rodar,"
the old sorcerer replied, pulling off his cloak and backing up to the broad-arched fireplace.
"You don't go from here to Raksol in a week, you know." "I hear that you and Tuchik finally had it out,"
the king said. Silk laughed sardonically. "It was a splendid little get-together, uncle."
"I'm sorry that I missed it."
King Rodar looked inquiringly at Tenedra and Adara, his expression openly admiring.
"Ladies,"
he said to them, bowing politely,
"if someone will introduce us, I will be more than happy to bestow a few royal kisses. If Poran catches you kissing pretty girls, she will carve out your tripes, Rodar."
King Anheg laughed crudely. As Aunt Paul made the introductions, Geryon drew back a few paces to consider the havoc Lolderon had caused in one short week. It was going to take months to unravel it, and there was no guarantee that it would not happen again. Indeed, that it would not happen every time the young man got loose.
"What is the matter with your friend?"
It was the Princess Tenedra, and she was tugging on Geryon's sleeve. "What do you mean? What's the matter with him?"
"Do you mean he's always like that?"
Lolderon, Geryon hesitated. "Well, Lolderon's very enthusiastic about things, and sometimes he speaks or acts without stopping to think. Loyalty made him want to put the best face on it."
"Geryon,"
Tenedra's gaze was very direct,
"I know errands, and he is the most errandish errand I have ever met. He is so errandish that he is almost incapacitated." Geryon quickly came to the defense of his friend. "Oh, he's not that bad." "Really? And Lady Ariana? She is a lovely girl, a skilled physician, and utterly devoid of anything remotely resembling thought." "They're in love," Geryon said, as if that explained everything. "What has that got to do with it?" "Well, love does things to people. It seems to knock holes in their judgment or something." "What a fascinating observation," Tenedra replied. "Do go on." Geryon was too preoccupied with the problem to catch the dangerous lilt in her voice. "Well, as soon as somebody falls in love, all of the wits seem to dribble out of the bottom of his head," he continued moodily. "What a colorful way to put it," Tenedra said. Geryon even missed that warning. "It's almost as if it were some kind of a disease." "Do you know something, Geryon?" the princess said in a conversational, almost casual tone of voice. "Sometimes you make me positively sick." And she turned and walked away, leaving him staring after her in open-mouthed astonishment. "What did I say?" he called after her, but she ignored him. After they had all dined, King Rodar turned to Belgarath.
"Do you suppose we might have a look at this orb?"
"Tomorrow," the old man answered. "We'll reveal it when it is returned to its proper place in the hall of the Raven King at midday."
"We've all seen it before, Belgarath,"
King Onheg asserted.
"What is the harm in our having a look now?"
Belgarath shook his head stubbornly. "There are reasons, Onheg. I think it may surprise you tomorrow, and I would not want to spoil it for anyone."
"Stop him, Dernick," Balgara said, as Aron slipped from his seat and walked around the table toward King Rodar, his hand fumbling with the strings of the pouch at his waist.
"Oh, no, now, little fellow,"
Dernick said, catching the boy from behind and lifting him up into his arms. "What a beautiful child," Queen Elena observed. "Who is he?"
"That's our thief," Belgarath replied. "Zadar found him someplace, raised him as a total innocent. At the moment, he seems to be the only one in the world who can touch the orb."
"Is that it in the pouch?"
Onheg asked.
Belgarath nodded. "He's caused us all some anxiety along the way. He keeps trying to give it to people. If he decides to offer you something, I don't really advise taking it."
"I wouldn't dream of it,"
Onheg agreed. As was usually the case, once Aron's attention had been diverted, he immediately seemed to forget about the orb. His gaze focused on the infant Barak was holding. As soon as Dernick set him down, he went over to look at the baby. Unrak returned the look, and some kind of peculiar recognition seemed to pass between them. Then Aron gently kissed the child in Barak's arms, and Unrak, smiling, took hold of the strange little boy's finger. Gundred and Terzi gathered close, and Barak's great face rose from the garden of children clustered about him. Geryon could clearly see the tears glistening in his friend's eyes as he looked at his wife, Merrill. The look she returned him was strangely tender. For the first time Geryon could remember, she smiled at her husband. Chapter 11. That night, a sudden savage storm howled down from the northwest to claw at the unyielding rock of the Isle of the Winds. Great waves crashed and thundered against the cliffs, and a shrieking gale howled among the ancient battlements of Iron-Grip's citadel. The firm-set rock of the fortress seemed almost to shudder as the seething storm lashed again and again at the walls. Geryon slept fitfully. There was not only the shriek and bellow of the wind and the rattle of sleet against close-shuttered windows to contend with, nor the gusting draughts that blew suddenly down every corridor to set unlatched doors banging. but there were also those peculiar moments of oppressive silence that were almost as bad as the noise. Strange dreams stalked his sleep that night. Some great momentous and unexplained event was about to take place, and there were all manner of peculiar things that he had to do in preparation for it. He did not know why he had to do them, and no one would tell him if he were doing them right or not. There seemed to be some kind of dreadful hurry, and people kept rushing him from one thing to the next, without ever giving him time to make sure that anything was really finished. Even the storm seemed to be mixed up in it, like some howling enemy trying with noise and wind and crashing waves to break the absolute concentration necessary to complete each task. "Are you ready?" It was Aunt Paul, and she was placing a long-handled kitchen kettle on his head like a helmet, and handing him a pot-lid shield and a wooden stick sword. "What am I supposed to do?" he demanded of her. "You know," she replied. "Hurry now, it's getting late." "No, Aunt Paul, I don't really—" "Of course you do. Now stop wasting time." He looked around, feeling very confused and apprehensive. Not far away, Runderig stood with that same rather foolish look on his face that had always been there. Runderig also had a kettle on his head, a pot-lid shield, and a wooden sword. Apparently he and Runderig were supposed to do this together. Garion smiled at his friend, and Runderig grinned back. "That's right," Aunt Paul said encouragingly. "Now kill him. Hurry, Garion. You have to be finished by supper time." He spun around to stare at her. Kill Runderig? But when he looked back, it was not Runderig. Instead, the face that looked at him from beneath the kettle was maimed and hideous.
"No, no," Barak said impatiently. "Don't hold it like that. Grip it in both hands and keep it pointed at his chest. Keep the point low so that when he charges he doesn't knock the spear aside with his tusks. Now, do it again. Try to get it right this time. Hurry, Garion. We don't have all day, you know."
The big man nudged the dead boar with his foot, and the boar got up and began to paw at the snow. Barak gave Garion a quick look.
"Are you ready?"
Then he was standing on a strange, colorless plain, and there seemed to be statues all around him. No, not statues, figures. King Anheg was there, or a figure that looked like him, and King Coradulan, and Queen Alina, and there was the Earl of Jarvik, and over there was Nechak, the Murgo ambassador at Vomimbre. "Which piece do you want to move?" It was the dry voice in his mind. "I don't know the rules," Garion objected. "That doesn't matter. You have to move. It's your turn." When Garion turned back, one of the figures was rushing at him. It wore a cowled robe, and its eyes bulged with madness. Without thinking, Garion raised his hand to ward off the figure's attack. "Is that the move you want to make?" the voice asked him. "I don't know. It's too late to change it now. You have already touched him. From now on, you have to make your own moves. Is that one of the rules? That's the way it is. Are you ready?" There was the smell of loam and of ancient oak trees.
"You really must learn to control your tongue, Polgara,"
Asherak the Murgo said with a bland smile, slapping Aunt Paul sharply across the face. "It's your move again," the dry voice said. "There's only one that you can make." "Do I have to do it? Isn't there anything else I can do?" "It's the only move there is. You'd better hurry." With a deep sigh of regret, Garion reached out and set fire to Asherak with the palm of his hand. A sudden gusting draught banged open the door of the room Garion shared with Luldurin, and the two of them sat bolt upright in their beds. "I will latch it again," Luldurin said, throwing back the covers and stumbling across the chilly stones of the floor. "How long is it going to keep blowing like this?" Garion asked peevishly. "How's anyone supposed to sleep with all this noise?" Loldoran closed the door again, and Garion heard him fumbling around in the darkness. There was a scraping click and a sudden bright spark. The spark went out, and Loldoran tried again. This time it caught in the tinder. The young Asturian blew on it, and it grew brighter, then flared into a small finger of flame. "Have you got any idea what time it is?" Garion asked as his friend lighted the candle. "Some hours before dawn, I imagine," Loldoran replied. Garion groaned. "Feels like this night's already been about 10 years long." "We can talk for a while," Loldoran suggested. "Maybe the storm will die down toward dawn." "Talking's better than lying here in the dark, jumping at every sound," Garion agreed, sitting up and pulling his blanket around his shoulders. "Things have happened to you since we saw each other last, haven't they, Garion?" Loldoran asked, climbing back into his own bed. "A lot of things," Garion told him. "Not all of them good, either." "You have changed a great deal," Loldoran noted. "I've been changed. There's a difference. Most of it wasn't my idea. You have changed too, you know." "Me?" Loldoran laughed ruefully. "I'm afraid not, my friend. The mess I've made of things in the past week is proof that I have not changed at all." "That will take a bit of straightening out, won't it?" Garion agreed. "The funny part about it all is that there is a perverse sort of logic about the whole thing. There wasn't one single thing you did that was actually insane. It's just when you put them all together that it starts to look like a catastrophe." Loldoran sighed. "And now my poor Ariana and I are doomed to perpetual exile." "I think we will be able to fix it," Garion assured him. "Your uncle will forgive you, and Torreson probably will, too. He likes you too much to stay angry for long. Baron Altorain is probably very put out with you, but he's a membrate errand. He'll forgive anything if it's done for love. We might have to wait until his leg heals up again, though. That was the part that was a real blunder, Loldoran. You shouldn't have broken his leg." "Next time, I will try to avoid that," Loldoran promised quickly. "Next time?" They both laughed then, and talked on as their candle flickered in the vagrant draughts stirred by the raging storm. After an hour or so, the worst of the gale seemed to pass, and the two of them found their eyes growing heavy once more. "Why don't we try to sleep again?" Garion suggested. "I will blow out the candle," Loldoran agreed. He got up out of bed and stepped to the table. "Are you ready?" he asked Garion. Garion slept again almost immediately, and almost immediately heard a sibilant whisper in his ear, and felt a dry, cold touch. "Are you ready?" the whispering voice hissed, and he turned to look with uncomprehending eyes at the face of Queen Salmisra, a face that shifted back and forth from woman to snake to something midway between. Then he stood beneath the shimmering dome of the Cave of the Gods, and moved without thought to touch the unblemished, walnut-colored shoulder of the stillborn colt, thrusting his hand into the absolute silence of death itself.
"Are you ready?"
Belgariad asked quite calmly. "I think so."
"All right. Put your will against it, and push."
"It's awfully heavy, Grandfather."
"You don't have to pick it up, Garion. Just push it. It will roll over if you do it right. Hurry up. We have a great deal more to do."
Garion began to gather his will. And then he sat on a hillside with his cousin Adara. In his hand he held a dead twig and a few wisps of dry grass. "Are you ready?" the voice in his mind asked him. "Is this going to mean anything?" Garion asked. I mean, will it make any difference?
That depends upon you, and how well you do it.
That's not a very good answer.
It wasn't a very good question.
If you are ready,
turn the twig into a flower.
Garion did that and looked critically at the result.
It's not a very good flower, is it? He apologized. It will have to do, the voice told him.
Let me try it again.
What are you going to do with this one?
I'll just...
Garion raised his hand to obliterate the defective bloom he had just created.
That's forbidden, you know,
the voice reminded him.
I made it, didn't I?
That has nothing to do with it.
You cannot
unmake it. It will be fine. Come along now, we have to hurry.
I'm not ready yet.
That's too bad. We can't wait any longer.
And then Garion woke up.
He felt oddly light-headed, as if his troubled sleep had done him more harm than good. Luldaran was still deep in slumber, and Garion found his clothes in the dark, pulled them on, and quietly left the room. The strange dream nagged at his mind as he wandered in the dimly lighted corridors of Irongrip's citadel. He still felt that pressing urgency and the peculiar sense that everyone was waiting impatiently for him to do something. He found a wind-swept courtyard where snow had piled up in the corners, and the stones were black and shiny with ice. Dawn was just breaking, and the battlements surrounding the courtyard were etched sharply against a sky filled with scudding clouds. Beyond the courtyard lay the stables, warm, smelling of fragrant hay and of horses. Durnick had already found his way there. As was so frequently the case, the smith was uncomfortable in the presence of nobility, and he sought the company of the animals instead.
"Couldn't you sleep either?"
he asked as Garion entered the stable. Garion shrugged.
For some reason, sleep just made things worse. I feel as if my head's stuffed full of straw.
"Joyous Eristide, Garion,"
Durnick said then.
That's right, isn't it? In all of the rush, the holiday seemed to have crept up on him. Joyous Eristide, Durnick. The colt, who had been sleeping in a back stall, nickered softly as he caught Garion's scent, and Garion and Durnick went back to where the small animal stood. "Joyous Eristide, horse," Garion greeted him a bit whimsically. The colt nuzzled at him. "Do you think that storm's blown over completely?" Garion asked Durnick as he rubbed the colt's ears. "Or is there more on the way?"
"It has a smell of being over," Durnick answered. "Weather could smell differently here on this island, though."
Garion nodded his agreement, patted the colt's neck, and turned toward the door.
"I suppose I'd better go find Aunt Paul," he said. "She was saying something last night about wanting to check my clothes. If I make her look for me, she'll probably make me wish I hadn't."
"Age is bringing you wisdom, I see." Durnick grinned at him. "If anyone wants me, I'll be here."
Garion put his hand briefly on Durnick's shoulder, and then left the stable to go looking for Aunt Paul. He found her in the company of women in the apartment that appeared to have been set aside for her personal use centuries before. Adara was there, and Taiba, Queen Layla, and Ariana, the Mimbrate girl. In the center of the room stood Princess Tenedra. "You're up early," Aunt Paul observed, her needle flickering as she made some minute modification to Tenedra's creamy gown. "I had trouble sleeping," he told her, looking at the princess with a certain puzzlement. She looked different somehow. "Don't stare at me, Garion," she told him rather primly. "What have you done to your hair?" he asked her. Tenedra's flaming hair had been elaborately arranged, caught at brow and temples, by a gold coronet in the form of a band of twined oak leaves. There was some rather intricate braiding involved at the back, and then the coppery mass flowed smoothly down over one of her tiny shoulders. "Do you like it?" she asked him.
"That's not the way you usually wear it," he noted. "We are all aware of that, Geryon," she replied loftily. Then she turned and looked rather critically at her reflection in the mirror. "I am still not convinced about the braiding, Lady Belgariad," she fretted. "The Nedran ladies don't braid their hair. This makes me look like an Aelorn." "Not entirely, Tenedra," Adara murmured. "Well, you know what I mean, Adara. All those buxom blondes with their braids and their milkmaid complexions." "Isn't it a little early to be getting ready?" Geryon asked. "Grandfather said that we weren't going to take the orb to the throne room until noon." "That's not really that far off, Geryon," Aunt Paul told him, biting a thread and stepping back to look critically at Tenedra's dress. "What do you think, Layla?" "She looks just like a princess, Paul," Queen Layla gushed. "She is a princess, Layla," Aunt Paul reminded the plump little queen. Then she turned to Geryon. "Get some breakfast, and have someone show you the way to the baths," she instructed. "They're in the cellars under the west wing. After you have bathed, you will need a shave. Try not to cut yourself. I don't want you bleeding all over your good clothes." "Do I have to wear all of that?" She gave him a look that immediately answered that question, as well as several others he might have asked. "I'll go find Silk," he agreed quickly. "He'll know where the baths are." "Do that," she told him quite firmly. "And don't get lost. When the time comes, I want you to be ready." Geryon nodded and laughed. Her words had somehow strangely echoed the words of his dream, and he wondered about that as he went looking for Silk. The little man was lounging in the company of the others in a large torch-lighted room in the west wing. The kings were there, with Brand, Belgarath, and Geryon's other friends. They were breakfasting on cakes and hot-spiced wine. "Where did you go this morning?" Lodron asked him. "You were gone when I woke up?" "I couldn't sleep any more," Geryon replied. "Why did you not wake me? Did you lose sleep just because I'm having a restless night?" Geryon could see that they were in a deep discussion, and he sat down quietly to wait for the opportunity to speak to Silk.
"I think we have managed to aggravate our illness pretty thoroughly in the past couple of months," Barak was saying.
The big man was sprawled deep in a high-backed chair with his face sunk in the shadows from the flaring torches behind him.
"First, Rev steals Silk right out from under his nose. Then Belgarath destroys Tuchek and knocks down Rachtol in the process of taking back the orb. And finally, Chohag and Hektar exterminate a sizable piece of his army when he tries to follow us. The king of the Murgos has had a bad year."
The big man's chuckling rumbled out of the shadows. For a moment, a fleeting instant, Geryon seemed to see a different shape sprawled there. Some trick of the flickering light and dancing shadows made it appear momentarily that a great shaggy bear sat in Barak's place. Then it was gone. Geryon rubbed at his eyes and tried to shake off the half-bemused reverie that had dogged him all morning.
"I still don't quite follow what you mean about Relg going into the rock to rescue Prince Keldar," King Fulrak frowned.
"Do you mean that he can burrow through?"
"I don't think you'd understand unless you saw it, Fulrak," Belgarath told him. "Show him, Relg."
The Olgo zealot looked at the old man, then walked over to the stone wall beside the large window. Silk instantly turned his back, shuddering. "I still can't stand to watch that," he declared to Geryon. "Aunt Paul said I was supposed to ask you the way to the baths," Geryon said quietly. "She wants me to get cleaned up and shaved, and then I guess I'm supposed to put on my best clothes." "I'll go with you," Silk offered. "I am sure that all of these gentlemen are going to be fascinated by Relg's demonstration, and they'll want him to repeat it. What's he doing?" He stuck his arm through the wall, and he's wiggling his fingers at them from outside the window, Garion reported. Silk glanced once over his shoulder, then shuddered again and quickly averted his eyes. "That makes my blood cold," he said with revulsion. "Let's go bathe." "I will go along," Luldaran said, and the three of them quietly left the room. The baths were in a cavernous cellar beneath the west wing of the citadel. There were hot springs deep in the rock, and they bubbled up to fill the tiled chambers with steam and a faintly sulphurous smell. There were a few torches and only one attendant, who wordlessly handed them towels and then went off into the steam to manage the valves that adjusted the water temperature. "The big pool there gets hotter the closer you go toward the far end," Silk told Garion and Luldaran as they all disrobed. "Some people say that you should go in until it's as hot as you can stand it, but I prefer just to pick a comfortable temperature and soak." He splashed down into the water. "Are you sure we'll be alone here?" Garion asked nervously. "I don't think I'd care to have a group of ladies come trooping in while I'm trying to bathe." "The women's baths are separate," Silk assured him. "The Rivens are very proper about that sort of thing. They aren't nearly as advanced as the Tolmedrons, yet." "Are you really sure that bathing in the winter-time is healthy?" Luldaran asked, eyeing the steaming water suspiciously. Garion plunged into the pool and moved quickly out of the tepid water at the near end toward the hotter area. The steam rose more thickly as he waded out into the pool, and the pair of torches set in rings on the back wall receded into a kind of ruddy glow. The tiled walls echoed back the sounds of their voices and the splashing, with a peculiar cavern-like hollowness. The steam eddied up out of the water, and he found himself suddenly shut off by it, separated from his friends in the hazy dimness. The hot water relaxed him, and he seemed almost to want to float, half aware, and let it all soak out of his memory, all of the past and all of the future. Dreamily he lay back, and then, not knowing why, he allowed himself to sink beneath the dark, steaming water. How long he floated, his eyes closed and all senses suspended, he could not have said. But finally his face rose to the surface, and he stood up, the water streaming out of his hair and down across his shoulders. He felt strangely purified by his immersion. And then the sun broke through the tattered cloud outside for a moment, and a single shaft of sunlight streamed down through a small grilled window to fall fully upon Garion. The sudden light was diffused by the steam and seemed to flicker with an opalescent fire. "Hail, Belgariad," the voice in his mind said to him. "I greet thee on this Aristide." There was no hint of the usual amusement in the voice, and the formality seemed strange, significant. "Thank you," Garion replied gravely, and they did not speak again. The steam rose and eddied about him as he waded back toward the cooler reaches of the pool, where Silk and Luldaran, both sunk to their necks in warm water, were talking quietly together. About half an hour before noon, Garion, in response to a summons from Aunt Paul, walked down a long stone corridor toward a room a few steps from the huge carved doors that gave entrance into the hall of the Riven King. He was wearing his best doublet and hose, and his soft leather half-boots had been brushed until they glowed. Aunt Paul wore a deep blue robe, cowled and belted at the waist. For once Belgariad, also blue-robed, did not look rumpled or spotted. The old man's face was very serious. As he and Aunt Paul spoke together, there was no hint of the banter that usually marked their conversation. Seated quietly in the corner of the little room, Errand, dressed all in white linen, gravely watched. "You look very nice, Garion," Aunt Paul said, reaching out to smooth his sandy hair back from his forehead. "Shouldn't we go inside?" Garion asked.
He had seen others, grey-clad ravens, and the more brightly garbed visitors entering the hall. "We will, Geryon," she replied. "All in good time." She turned to Belgarath. "How long?"
"Another quarter hour or so," he replied.
"Is everything ready?"
"Ask Geryon," the old man told her. "I have taken care of everything that I can. The rest is up to him."
Aunt Paul turned to Geryon then, her eyes very serious, and the white lock at her brow gleaming silver in the darkness of her hair. "Well, Geryon, are you ready?" He looked at her, baffled. "I had the oddest dream last night. Everyone kept asking me that same question. What does it mean, Aunt Paul? Am I ready for what?"
"That will become clearer in a bit," Belgarath told him. "Take out your amulet. You will wear it on the outside of your clothes today."
"I thought it was supposed to be out of sight."
"Today is different," the old man replied. "As a matter of fact, today is unlike any day I have ever seen, and I have seen a lot of them."
"Because it's Erostite?"
"That's part of it."
Belgarath reached inside his robe and drew out his own silver medallion. He glanced at it briefly.
"It is getting a little worn," he noted,
then smiled.
"But then, so am I suppose."
Aunt Paul drew out her own amulet. She and Belgarath each reached out to take Geryon's hands, and then to join their own.
"It has been a long time coming, Belgarath,"
Belgarath said. "Yes, it has, Father," Aunt Paul agreed.
"Any regrets?"
"I can live with them, old wolf."
"Let's go in, then."
Geryon started toward the door. "Not you, Geryon," Aunt Paul told him. "You will wait here with Erend. You two will come in later." "You'll send someone for us?" he asked her. "What I mean is, how will we know when we're supposed to come in?"
"You'll know," Belgarath told him.
And then they left him alone with Erend. "They didn't give us a very complete instruction, now did they?" Geryon said to the child. "I hope we don't make any mistakes."
Erend smiled confidently, reached out and put his small hand in Geryon's. At his touch, the song of the orb filled Geryon's mind again, sponging away his worries and doubts. He could not have said how long he stood holding the child's hand, and immersed in that song. "It's come at last, Belgariad." The voice seemed to come from outside somehow, no longer confined within Geryon's mind, and the look on Erend's face made it quite clear that he could also hear the words. "Is this what I'm supposed to do?" Geryon asked.
"It is part of it."
"What are they doing in there?"
Geryon looked rather curiously toward the door.
"They are getting the people in the hall ready for what's going to happen."
"Will they be ready?"
"Will you?"
There was a pause.
"Are you ready, Belgariad?"
"Yes," Geryon replied. "Whatever it is, I think I'm ready for it."
"Let's go, then."
"You will tell me what to do?"
"If it's necessary."
With his hand still holding Erend's, Geryon walked toward the door. He raised his other hand to push it open, but it swung inexplicably open ahead of him before he touched it. There were 2 guards at the huge carved door a few steps down the hall, but they seemed frozen into immobility as Geryon and Erend approached. Once again Geryon raised his hand, and the immense doors to the Hall of the Raven King swung silently open in response to his hand alone. The Hall of the Raven King was a huge vaulted throne room with massive and ornately carved wooden buttresses supporting the ceiling beams. The walls were festooned with banners and green boughs, and hundreds of candles burned in iron sconces. 3 great stone fire pits were set at intervals in the floor. Instead of logs, blocks of peat glowed in the pits, radiating an even, fragrant warmth. The hall was crowded, but there was a broad avenue of blue carpet leading from the doors to the throne. Gerion's eyes, however, scarcely noted the crowd. His thoughts seemed suspended by the song of the orb, which now filled his mind completely. Bemused, freed of all thought or fear or hint of self-consciousness, he walked with Errand close beside him toward the front of the hall, where Aunt Paul and Belgariad stood, one on each side of the throne. The throne of the Raven King had been chiseled from a single basalt block. Its back and arms were all one height, and there was a massiveness about it that made it seem more permanent than the mountains themselves. It sat solidly against the wall, and hanging point downward above it was a great sword. Somewhere in the citadel, a bell had begun to peal, and the sound of it mingled with the song of the orb as Gerion and Errand moved down the long carpeted pathway toward the front of the hall. As they passed each sconce, the candles inexplicably dropped to the merest pinpoint. There was no draught, no flickering. As one by one the candles dimmed, and the hall filled with a deepening shadow. When they reached the front of the hall, Belgarath, his face a mystery, looked gravely at them for a moment, and then looked out at the throng assembled in the hall of the Raven King.
"Behold, the orb of Aldur,"
he announced in a solemn voice. Errand released Gerion's hand, tugged open the pouch, and reached inside. As he turned to face the darkened hall, Errand drew the round gray stone out of the pouch and lifted it with both hands, displaying it for all to see. The song of the orb was overpowering. Joining with it there was a kind of vast shimmering sound. The sound seemed to roar, rising, ringing higher and higher, as Gerion stood beside the child, looking at the faces of the assemblage. Within the stone, Errand held aloft, there seemed to be a pinpoint of intense blue light. The light grew brighter as the shimmering sound rose higher. The faces before him were all familiar. Barak was there, and Luldurin, Hetar, Dernik, Silk, and Mandoralan. Seated in a royal box beside the Tolnedran ambassador, with Adara and Ariana directly behind her, was Sinedra, looking every inch an imperial princess. But mingled somehow with the familiar faces were others. Strange, stark faces, each so caught up in a single overriding identity that they seemed almost mask-like. Mingled with Barak was the dreadful bear, and Hetar bore with him the sense of thousands upon thousands of horses. With Silk stood the figure of the guide, and with Relg that of the blind man. Luldurin was the archer, and Mandoralan the knight protector. Seeming to hover in the air above Taiba was the sorrowing form of the mother of the race that died, and her sorrow was like the sorrow of Mara. And Sinedra was no longer a princess, but now a queen, the one Tuchek had called Queen of the World. Strangest of all, Dernik, a good, solid Dernik, stood with his 2 lives plainly evident on his face. In the searing blue light of the orb, and with the strange sound shimmering in his ears, Gerion looked in wonder at his friends, realizing with amazement that he was seeing for the first time what Belgarath and Aunt Paul had seen all along. From behind him he heard Aunt Paul speak, her voice calm and very gentle. "Your task is completed, Errand. You may now give up the orb." The little boy crowed with delight, turned and presented the glowing orb to Gerion. Uncomprehending, Gerion stared at the fiery stone. He could not take it. It was death to touch the orb. "Reach forth thy hand, Belgariad. Receive thy birthright from the child who hath borne it unto thee." It was the familiar voice, and yet at the same time it was not. When this voice spoke, There was no possibility of refusal. Gerion's hand stretched out, without his even being aware that it was moving.
"Errand,"
the child declared, firmly depositing the orb in Gerion's outstretched hand. Gerion felt the peculiar seething touch of it against the mark on his palm. It was alive. He could feel the life in it, even as he stared in blank incomprehension at the living fire that he held in his naked hand. "Return the orb to the pommel of the sword of the Rivan King," the voice instructed, and Gerion turned with instant, unthinking obedience. He stepped up onto the seat of the basalt throne, and then onto the wide ledge, formed by its back and arms. He stretched up, taking hold of the huge sword hilt to steady himself, and placed the orb on the great sword's pommel. There was a faint but clearly audible click as the orb and the sword became one, and Gerion could feel the living force of the orb surging down through the hilt he gripped in one hand. The great blade began to glow, and the shimmering sound rose yet another octave. Then the huge weapon quite suddenly came free from the wall to which it had been attached for so many centuries. The throng in the hall gasped. As the sword began to drop free, Gerion caught hold of the hilt with both hands, half turning as he did so, striving to keep the great blade from falling to the floor. What pulled him off balance was the fact that it had no apparent weight. The sword was so huge that he should not have been able to hold it, much less lift it. But as he braced himself with his feet wide spread and his shoulders pressed back against the wall, the point of the sword rose easily until the great blade stood upright before him. He stared at it in amazement, feeling a strange throbbing between the hands that he had clasped about the hilt. The orb flared and began to pulsate. Then, as the shimmering sound soared into a mighty crescendo of jubilation, the sword of the Rivan King burst into a great tongue of searing blue flame. Without knowing why, Gerion lifted the flaming sword over his head with both hands, staring up at it in wonder.
"Let Aloria rejoice,"
Belgariad called out in a voice like thunder,
"for the Rivan King has returned. All hail Belgariad, King of Riva, and Overlord of the West."
And yet, in the midst of the turmoil that followed, and even with the shimmering chorus of what seemed a million voices raised in an exultation echoing from one end of the universe to the other, there was a sullen clang of iron, as if the rust-scoured door of some dark tomb had suddenly burst open, and the sound of that clanging chilled Gerion's heart. A voice echoed hollowly from the tomb, and it did not join the universal rejoicing. Ripped from its centuries of slumber, the voice in the tomb awoke raging and crying out for blood. Stunned past all thought, Gerion stood with his flaming sword aloft as, with a steely rustle, the assembled Aelorns unsheathed their swords to raise them in salute.
"Hail, Belgariad, my king!"
Brand, the Raven warder, boomed, sinking to one knee and lifting his sword. His 4 sons knelt behind him, their swords also lifted. "Hail, Belgariad, King of Riva!" they cried.
"Hail, Belgariad!"
The great shout shook the hall of the Rivan King, and a forest of upraised swords glittered in the fiery blue light of the flaming blade in Gerion's hands. Somewhere within the citadel, a bell began to peal. As the news raced through the breathless city below, other bells caught the sound, and their iron rejoicing echoed back from the rocky crags to announce to the icy waters of the sea the return of the Raven King. One in the hall, however, did not rejoice. In the instant that the kindling of the sword had irrevocably announced Gerion's identity, Princess Tsinedra had started to her feet, her face deathly pale,
and her eyes wide with absolute consternation. She had instantly grasped something that had eluded him, something so unsettling that it drained the color from her face and brought her to her feet to stare at him with an expression of total dismay. Then there suddenly burst from the lips of the imperial princess Tenedra a wail of outrage and protest. With a voice that rang in the rafters, she cried out, "Oh, no!"
Chapter 12. The worst part of it all was that people kept bowing to him. Garion had not the slightest idea of how he should respond. Should he bow back? Should he nod slightly in acknowledgment? Or perhaps might it not be better just to ignore the whole business and act as if he had not seen it, or something? But what was he supposed to do when someone called him "Your Majesty"? The events of the previous day were still a confused blur in his mind. He seemed to remember being presented to the people of the city, standing on the battlements of Iron Grip's citadel with a great cheering throng below, and the huge sword that somehow seemed weightless, still blazing in his hands. Stupendous as they were, however, the overt events of the day were unimportant when compared to things which were taking place on a different level of reality. Enormous forces had focused on the moment of the revelation of the Raven King, and Garion was still numb as a result of things he had seen and perceived in that blinding instant when he had at last discovered who he was. There had been endless congratulations and a great many preparations for his coronation, but all of that blurred in his mind. Had his life depended upon it, he could not have given a rational, coherent account of the day's events. Today promised to be even worse, if that were possible. He had not slept well. For one thing, the great bed in the royal apartments to which he had been escorted the previous evening was definitely uncomfortable. It had great round posts rising from each corner, and it was canopied and curtained in purple velvet. It seemed much too large for him, and it was noticeably on the soft side. For the past year and more he had done most of his sleeping on the ground, and the down-filled mattress on the royal bed was too yielding to be comfortable. There was, moreover, the sure and certain knowledge that as soon as he arose he was going to be the absolute center of attention. On the whole, he decided, it might just be simpler to stay in bed. The more he thought about that, the better it sounded. The door to the royal bedchamber, however, was not locked. Sometime not long after sunrise it swung open, and Garion could hear someone moving around. Curious, he peeked through the purple drapery enclosing his bed. A sober-looking servant was busily opening the drapes at the window and stirring up the fire. Garion's attention, however, moved immediately to the large covered silver tray sitting on the table by the fireplace. His nose recognized sausage, and warm, fresh-baked bread, and butter. There was definitely butter involved somewhere on that tray. His stomach began to speak to him in a loud voice. The servant glanced around the room to make sure everything was in order, then came to the bed with a no-nonsense expression. Garion burrowed quickly back under the covers. "Breakfast, Your Majesty," the servant announced firmly, drawing the curtains open and tying them back. Garion sighed. Quite obviously, decisions about staying in bed were not his to make. "Thank you," he replied. "Does Your Majesty require anything else?" the servant asked, holding open a robe for Garion to put on. No, not right now, thank you," Garion answered, climbing out of the royal bed and down the 3 carpeted steps leading up to it. The servant helped him into the robe, then bowed and quietly left the room. Garion went to the table, seated himself, lifted the cover from the tray, and assaulted breakfast vigorously. When he had finished eating,
He sat for a long time in a large blue-upholstered armchair, looking out the window at the snowy crags looming above the city. The storm that had raked the coast for days had blown off, at least for the moment. The winter sun was bright, and the morning sky very blue. The young Raven King stared for a time out his window, lost in thought. Something nagged at the back of his memory. Something he had heard once, but had since forgotten. It seemed that there was something he ought to remember that involved Princess Tinedra. The tiny girl had fled from the hall of the Raven King almost immediately after the sword had so flamboyantly announced his identity the previous day. He was fairly sure that it was all mixed together. Whatever it was that he was trying to recall had been directly involved in her flight. With some people, it might be better to let things quiet down before clearing the air, but Geryon knew that this was not the proper way to deal with Tinedra. Things should never be allowed to fester in her mind. That only made matters worse. He sighed and began to dress. As he walked purposefully through the corridors, he met with startled looks and hasty bows. He soon realized that the events of the preceding day had forever robbed him of his anonymity. Someone, Geryon could never catch a glimpse of his face, even went so far as to follow him, probably in the hope of performing some service. Whoever it was kept a discreet distance behind, but Geryon caught occasional glimpses of him far back along the corridor, a gray-cloaked man who moved on strangely noiseless feet. Geryon did not like being followed, whatever the reason, but he resisted the urge to turn around and tell the man to go away. The Princess Tinedra had been given several rooms just down the hall from Aunt Paul's apartments, and Geryon steeled himself as he raised his hand to rap on the door.
"Your Majesty,"
Tinedra's maid greeted him with a startled curtsy.
"Would you please ask Her Highness if I might have a word with her?"
Geryon asked.
"Certainly, Your Majesty,"
she replied, and darted into the next chamber. There was a brief murmur of voices, and then Tinedra swept into the room. She wore a plain gown, and her face was as pale as it had been the previous day.
"Your Majesty?"
she greeted him in an icy voice, and then curtsied, a stiff little curtsy that spoke whole volumes.
"Something's bothering you,"
Geryon said bluntly.
"Would you like to get it out in the open?"
"Whatever Your Majesty wishes,"
she replied.
"Do we have to do this?"
"I cannot imagine what Your Majesty is talking about."
"Don't you think we know each other well enough to be honest?"
"Of course. I suppose I'd better accustom myself to obeying Your Majesty immediately."
"And what's that supposed to mean?"
"Don't pretend that you don't know,"
she flared at him.
"Tinedra, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about."
She looked at him suspiciously. Then her eyes softened just a bit.
"Perhaps you don't at that,"
she murmured.
"Have you ever read the Accords of Omimbre?"
"You taught me how to read yourself,"
he reminded her.
"About 6 or 8 months ago. You know every book I've read. You gave me most of them yourself."
"Well, that is true, isn't it?"
she said.
"Wait just a moment. I'll be right back."
She went briefly into the adjoining room and returned with a rolled parchment.
"I'll read it to you,"
she told him.
"Some of the words are a little bit difficult."
"I'm not that stupid,"
he objected. But she had already begun to read.
"And when it shall come to pass that the Raven King returns, he shall have the lordship and dominion, and swear we all fealty to him, as overlord of the kingdoms of the west. And he shall have a imperial princess of Tinedra to wife, and—"
"Wait a minute!"
Geryon interrupted her with a strangled note in his voice.
"Was there something you didn't understand? It all seems quite clear to me."
"What was that last part again?"
"He shall have an imperial princess of Tinedra to wife, and—"
"Are there any other princesses in Tinedra?"
"Not that I know of."
"Then that means—"
He gaped at her.
Is that why you ran out of the hall yesterday? I did not run. You don't want to marry me.
It was almost an accusation.
I didn't say that. Then you do want to marry me? I didn't say that either. But it doesn't really matter, does it? We don't have any choice at all, neither one of us. Is that what's bothering you?
Her look was lofty.
Of course not. I have always known that my husband would be selected for me.
Well, what's the problem then?
I am an imperial princess, Garion.
I know that.
I'm not accustomed to being anyone's inferior.
Inferior?
To who? Whom? The accords state that you are the overlord of the West.
What does that mean?
It means, Your Majesty, that you outrank me.
Is that all that's got you so upset? Her look was like a drawn dagger.
With Your Majesty's permission, I believe I'd like to withdraw.
And without waiting for an answer, she swept from the room. Garion stared after her. This was going too far. He considered immediately going to Aunt Paul to protest, but the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that she would be totally unsympathetic. Too many little things began to click together all at once. Aunt Paul was not merely a party to all of this. She had actively done everything in her power to make absolutely sure that there was no escape for him. He needed someone to talk to. Someone devious enough and unscrupulous enough to think of a way out of this. He left Zinedra's sitting room and went looking for Silk. The little man was not in his room, and the servant who was making up the bed kept bowing as he stammered out his apologies at not having the slightest notion of where Silk might be. Garion left quickly. Since the apartment Barak shared with his wife and children was only a few steps down the corridor, Garion went there, trying not to look back at the gray-cloaked attendant he knew was still following him.
"Barak,"
he said, knocking on the big Kerek's door.
"It's me, Garion. May I come in?"
The Lady Merrill opened the door immediately and curtsied respectfully.
"Please don't do that,"
Garion begged her.
"What's the trouble, Garion?"
Barak asked from the green-covered chair where he sat, bouncing his infant son on his knee.
"I'm looking for Silk,"
Garion replied, entering the large, comfortable room that was littered with clothes and children's toys.
"You're a little wild around the eyes,"
the big man noted.
"Is something wrong?"
"I have just had some very unsettling news,"
Garion told him, shuddering.
"I need to talk to Silk. Maybe he can come up with an answer for me." "Would you like some breakfast?"
Lady Merrill suggested.
"I've already eaten, thank you,"
Garion replied. He looked at her a bit more closely. She had undone the rather severe braids she customarily wore, and her blonde hair framed her face softly. She wore her usual green gown, but her carriage seemed not to have the rigidity it had always had. Barak, Garion noted, had also lost a bit of the grim defensiveness that had always been there previously when he was in the presence of his wife. Barak's 2 daughters entered the room then, one on each side of Erend. They all sat down in the corner and began playing an elaborate little game that seemed to involve a great deal of giggling.
"I think my daughters have decided to steal him,"
Barak grinned.
"Quite suddenly. I am up to my ears in wife and children, and the funny part about it is, I don't seem to mind it at all."
Merrill threw him a quick, almost shy smile. Then she looked over at the laughing children.
"The girls absolutely adore him," she said,
and then turned back to Garion.
"Have you ever noticed that you can't look directly into his eyes for more than a moment or so? He seems to be looking right into your heart."
Garion nodded.
"I think it might have something to do with the way he trusts everybody."
He turned back to Barak.
"Do you have any idea where I might find Silk?"
Barak laughed. "Walk up and down the halls. Listen for the rattle of dice. The little thief's been gambling ever since we got here. Jernick might know. He has been hiding out in the stables. Royalty makes him nervous."
"It does the same thing to me," Garion said. "But you are royalty, Garion," Merrill reminded him. "Oh, that makes me even more nervous," he replied.
There was a series of back hallways that led to the stables, and Garion decided to follow that route rather than pass through the more stately corridors, where he might encounter members of the nobility. These narrower passageways were used for the most part by servants going to and from the kitchen, and Garion reasoned that most of the minor household staff would probably not recognize him yet. As he walked quickly along one of the passageways with his head down to avoid any chance of recognition, he caught another glimpse behind him of the man who had dogged his steps ever since he had left the royal apartment. Irritated finally to the point where he no longer cared about concealing his identity, Garion turned to confront his pursuer. "I know you're there," he declared. "Come out where I can see you." He waited, tapping his foot impatiently. The hallway behind him remained empty and silent. "Come out here at once," Garion repeated, his voice taking on an unaccustomed note of command. But there was no movement, no sound. Garion thought for a moment of retracing his steps to catch this persistent attendant in the act of creeping along behind him. But just then a servant carrying a tray of dirty dishes came along from the direction Garion had just come. "Did you see anyone back there?" Garion asked him. "Back where?" the servant said, obviously not recognizing his king. "Back along the hall?" The servant shook his head. "I have not seen anyone since I left the apartments of the King of Dresnia," he replied. "Would you believe that this is his third breakfast? I have never seen anybody eat so much." He looked curiously at Garion. "You shouldn't be back here, you know. If the head cook catches you, he'll thrash you. He doesn't like anybody in this hall who doesn't have business here." "I'm just on my way to the stables," Garion told him. "I'd move right along, then. The head cook's got a vicious temper." "I'll keep that in mind," Garion assured him. Loldoran was coming out of the stable, and he gave Garion a startled look as the two of them approached each other in the snowy courtyard. "How did you manage to escape from all of the officials?" he asked. Then, as if remembering, he bowed. "Please don't do that, Loldoran," Garion told him. "The situation is a bit awkward, isn't it?" Loldoran agreed. "We will behave toward each other the same as we have always behaved," Garion said firmly. "At least, until they tell us we can't. Have you any idea where Silk might be?" "I saw him earlier this morning," Loldoran replied. "He said he was going to visit the baths. He looked a bit unwell. I think he celebrated last night." "Well, let's go find him," Garion suggested. "I have got to talk with him." They found Silk, sitting in a tiled stone room thick with steam. The little man had a towel about his waist, and he was sweating profusely. "Are you sure this is good for you?" Garion asked, waving his hand in front of his face to clear an eddying cloud of steam. "Nothing would really be good for me this morning, Garion," Silk replied sadly. He put his elbows on his knees and sank his face miserably into his hands. "Are you sick?" "Horribly." "If you knew it was going to make you feel this way, why did you drink so much last night?" "Oh, it seemed like a good idea at the time. At least I think it did. I seem to have lost track of several hours." An attendant brought the suffering man a foaming tankard, and Silk drank deeply. "Is that really wise?" Loldoran asked him. "Oh, probably not," Silk admitted with a shudder. "But it is the best that I could come up with on short notice." He shuddered again. "I feel absolutely wretched," he declared. "Was there anything in particular that you wanted?" "I've got a problem," Garion blurted. He looked quickly at Luldarin.
"I'd rather this did not go beyond the three of us," he said.
"You have my oath on it,"
Luldarin responded instantly.
"Thank you, Luldarin." It was easier to accept the oath than try to explain why it wasn't really necessary. "I have just read the Accords of Vomimbre. Actually, I had them read to me. Did you know that I'm supposed to marry Tsenedra?"
"I hadn't actually put that part together yet," Silk admitted. "But the Accords do mention something about it, don't they?"
"Congratulations, Garion!" Luldarin exclaimed, suddenly clapping his friend on the shoulder. "She is a beautiful girl."
Garion ignored that.
"Can you think of some way I can get out of it?" he demanded of Silk.
"Garion, right now I can't really think of anything, except how awful I feel. My first hunch, though, is that there isn't any way out of this for you. Every kingdom in the West is signatory to the Accords. And then I think the prophecy is involved, too."
"I had forgotten about that,"
Garion admitted glumly.
"I am sure they will give you time to get used to the idea,"
Luldarin said.
"But how much time will they give to Tsenedra? I talked to her this morning, and she's not happy about the idea at all."
"Oh, she doesn't actually dislike you," Silk told him.
"That's not what the problem is. She seems to think that I outrank her, and that's what's got her upset."
Silk began to laugh weakly.
"A real friend wouldn't laugh,"
Garion accused him.
"Is rank really that important to your princess?"
Luldarin asked.
"Probably not much more important than her right arm. I think she reminds herself that she's an imperial princess 6 or 8 times every hour. She makes a pretty big issue about it. And now I come along from out of nowhere, and suddenly I outrank her. It is the sort of thing that's going to set her teeth on edge. Permanently, I expect." He stopped and looked rather closely at Silk. "Do you think there's any chance of your getting well today?"
"What have you got in mind?"
"Do you know your way around Riva at all?"
"Naturally."
"I was sort of thinking that I ought to go down into the city, not with trumpets blowing and all of that, but just dressed like somebody ordinary. I don't know anything at all about the Rivans, and now—" he faltered with it.
"And now you are their king,"
Luldarin finished for him. "Oh, it's probably not a bad idea," Silk agreed. "Though I can't really say for sure. My brain isn't working too well just now. It'll have to be today, of course. Your coronation is scheduled for tomorrow, and your movements are likely to be restricted after they have put that crown on your head."
Garion did not want to think about that.
"I hope the two of you don't mind if I take a little while to pull myself together first, though,"
Silk added, drinking from the tankard again. "Actually, it doesn't really matter if you mind or not. It's a question of necessity." It took the rat-faced little man only about an hour to recuperate. His remedies were brutally direct. He soaked up hot steam and cold ale in approximately equal amounts, then emerged from the steam room to plunge directly into a pool of icy water. He was blue and shaking when he came out, but the worst of his indisposition seemed to be gone. He carefully selected nondescript clothes for the 3 of them, then led the way out of the citadel by way of a side gate. As they left, Garion glanced back several times, but he seemed to have shaken off the persistent attendant who had been following him all morning. As they wandered down into the city, Garion was struck again by the bleak severity of the place. The outsides of the houses were uniformly gray and totally lacking any form of exterior decoration. They were solid, square, and absolutely colorless.
The grey cloak, which was the outstanding feature of the Rivan national costume, gave the people in the narrow streets an appearance of that same grimness. Geryon quailed a bit at the thought of spending the rest of his life in so uninviting a place. They walked down a long street in pale winter sunshine, with the salt smell of the harbor strong in their nostrils, and they passed a house from which came the sound of children singing. Their voices were very clear and merged together in subtle harmonies. Geryon was astonished at the complexity of the children's song. "A national pastime," Silk said. "Rivans are very much involved in music. I suppose it helps relieve the boredom. I would hate to offend your majesty, but your kingdom's a tedious sort of place." He looked around. "I have an old friend who lives not far from here. Why don't we pay him a visit?" He led them down a long stairway to the street below. Not far up that street, a large building stood solidly on the downhill side. Silk strode up to the door and knocked. After a moment, a raven in a burn-spotted leather smock answered. "Right, Dak, old friend," he said with a certain surprise. "I haven't seen you in years." "Torgan," Silk grinned at him. "I thought I'd stop by and see how you were doing." Come in," Torgan said, opening the door wider. "You have expanded things a bit, I see," Silk noticed, looking around. "The market's been good to me," Torgan replied modestly. "The perfume makers in To'obaroon are buying just about any kind of bottle they can get." The raven was a solid-looking man with iron-gray hair and strangely rounded and rosy cheeks. He glanced curiously at Geryon and frowned slightly, as if trying to remember something. Geryon turned to examine a row of delicate little glass bottles standing neatly on a nearby table, trying to keep his face turned away. "You're concentrating on bottle-making, then?" "Oh, we still try to turn out a few good pieces," Torgan replied a bit ruefully. "I've got an apprentice who's an absolute genius. I have to let him spend a certain amount of time on his own work. I'm afraid that if I kept him blowing bottles all day, that he would leave me." The glassmaker opened a cabinet and carefully took out a small velvet-wrapped bundle. "This is a piece of his work," he said, folding back the cloth. It was a crystal wren, wings half spread, and it was perched on a leafy twig with buds at the tip. The entire piece was so detailed that even the individual feathers were clearly visible. "Amazing," Silk gasped, examining the glass bird. "This is exquisite, Torgan. How did he get the colors so perfect?" "I have no idea," Torgan admitted. "He doesn't even measure when he mixes, and the colors always come out exactly right. As I said, he's a genius." He carefully rewrapped the crystal bird and placed it back in the cabinet. There were living quarters behind the workshop, and the rooms were filled with warmth and affection and vibrant colors. Brightly colored cushions were everywhere, and paintings hung on the walls in every room. Torgan's apprentices seemed to be not so much workers as members of his family, and his eldest daughter played for them as they concentrated on the molten glass, her fingers touching the strings of her harp in cascading waterfalls of music. "It is so unlike the outside," Lulderan observed, his face puzzled. "What's that?" Silk asked him. "The outside is so grim, so stiff and gray, but once you come inside these buildings, it's all warmth and color." Torgan smiled. "It's something outsiders don't expect," he agreed. "Our houses are very much like ourselves. Out of necessity, the outside is bleak. The city of Riva was built to defend the orb, and every house is part of the overall fortifications. We can't change the outside, but inside we have art and poetry and music. We ourselves wear the grey cloak. It's a useful garment, woven from the wool of goats, light, warm, nearly waterproof, but it won't accept dye, so it's always grey."
But even though we are gray on the outside, doesn't mean we have no love of beauty."
The more Garion thought about that, the more he began to understand these bleak-appearing islanders. The stiff reserve of the gray-cloaked Rivens was a face they presented to the world. Behind that face, however, was an altogether different kind of people. The apprentices, for the most part, were blowing the delicate little bottles that were the major item in the trade with the perfume makers of Tol Barun. One apprentice, however, worked alone, fashioning a glass ship cresting a crystal wave. He was a sandy-haired young man with an intent expression. When he looked up from his work and saw Garion, his eyes widened, but he lowered his head quickly to his work again. Back at the front of the shop, as they were preparing to leave, Garion asked to look once more at the delicate glass bird perched on its gleaming twig. The piece was so beautiful that it made his heart ache. "Does it please your Majesty?" It was the young apprentice who had quietly entered the room. He spoke softly. "I was in the square yesterday, when Brand introduced you to the people," he explained. "I recognized you as soon as I saw you." "And what's your name?" Garion asked curiously. "Joran, your Majesty," the apprentice replied. "Do you suppose we could skip those majesties?" Garion said rather plaintively. "I'm not really comfortable with that sort of thing yet. This whole business came as a complete surprise to me." Joran grinned at him. "There are all kinds of rumors in the city. They say that you were raised by Belgariad the sorcerer in his tower in the Vale of Aldur. Actually, I was raised in Sendaria by my Aunt Paul, Belgariad's daughter." "Polgara? The sorceress?" Joran looked impressed. "Is she as beautiful as men say she is?" "Well, I've always thought so." "Can she really turn herself into a dragon?" "I suppose she could, if she wanted to," Garion admitted. "But she prefers the shape of an owl. She loves birds for some reason, and birds go wild at the sight of her. They talk to her all of the time." "That's an amazing thing," Joran marveled. "I'd give anything to be able to meet her." He pursed his lips thoughtfully, hesitating a moment. "Do you think that she would like this little thing?" he blurted finally, touching the crystal wren. "Like it?" Garion said. "She'd love it. Would you give it to her for me?" "Joran?" Garion was startled at the idea. "I couldn't take it. It's too valuable, and I don't have any money to pay you for it." Joran smiled shyly. "It's only glass," he pointed out. "And glass is only melted sand. And sand is the cheapest thing in the whole world. If you think she'd like it, I'd really like for her to have it. Would you take it to her for me, please? Tell her it is a gift from Joran the glassmaker." "I will, Joran," Garion promised, impulsively clasping the young man's hand. "I'll be proud to carry it to her for you." "I'll wrap it, then," Joran said. "It's not good for glass to go out in the cold from a warm room." He reached for the piece of velvet and then stopped. "I'm not being entirely honest with you," he admitted, looking a bit guilty. "The wren is a very good piece, and if the nobles up at the Citadel see it, they might want me to make other things for them. I need a few commissions if I'm ever going to open my own shop, and—" He glanced once at Torgun's daughter, his heart in his eyes. "And you can't get married until you've established your own business?" Garion suggested. "Your Majesty will be a very wise king," Joran said gravely. "If I can get past all of the blunders I'll make during the first few weeks," Garion added. Later that afternoon he delivered the crystal bird to Aunt Paul in her private apartment. "What's this?" she asked, taking the cloth-wrapped object. "It's a present for you, from a young glassmaker I met down in the city," Garion replied. "He insisted that I give it to you. His name is Joran. Be careful. I think it's kind of fragile." Aunt Paul gently unwrapped the crystal piece.
Her eyes slowly widened as she stared at the exquisitely wrought bird. "Oh, Geryon," she murmured. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "He's awfully good," Geryon told her. "He works for a glassmaker called Torgan, and Torgan says he's a genius. He wants to meet you." "And I want to meet him," she breathed, her eyes lost in the glowing details of the glass figure. Then she carefully set the crystal wren down on a table. Her hands were trembling, and her glorious eyes were full of tears. "What's wrong, Aunt Paul?" Geryon asked her, slightly alarmed. "Nothing, Geryon. Nothing at all." "Well, why are you crying, then?" "You would never understand, dear," she told him. Then she put her arms around him and pulled him to her in an almost fierce embrace.
The coronation took place at noon the following day. The hall of the Raven King was full to overflowing with nobles and royalty, and the city below was alive with the sound of bells. Geryon could never actually remember very much of his coronation. He did remember that the ermine-bordered cape was hot, and that the plain gold crown the Raven Deacon placed on his head was very heavy. What stood out most in his mind was the way the orb of Aldur filled the entire hall with an intense blue light that grew brighter and brighter as he approached the throne, and overwhelmed his ears with that strange, exultant song he always seemed to hear whenever he came near it. The song of the orb was so loud that he scarcely heard the great cheer that greeted him as he turned, robed and crowned, to face the throng in the hall of the Raven King. He did, however, hear one voice very clearly. "Hail, Belgariad," the voice in his mind said quietly to him. Chapter 13. King Belgariad sat somewhat disconsolately on his throne in the hall of the Raven King, listening to the endless, droning voice of Valgon, the Tolnedran ambassador. It had not been an easy time for Geryon. There were so many things he did not know how to do. For one thing, he was totally incapable of giving orders. For another, he discovered that he had absolutely no time to himself, and that he had not the faintest idea of how to dismiss the servants who continually hovered near him. He was followed wherever he went, and he had even given up trying to catch the overzealous bodyguard or valet or messenger who was always in the passageway behind him. His friends seemed uncomfortable in his presence, and they persisted in calling him "Your Majesty," no matter how many times he asked them not to. He did not feel any different, and his mirror told him that he did not look any different. But everyone behaved as if he had changed somehow. The look of relief that passed over their faces each time he left injured him, and he retreated into a kind of protective shell, nursing his loneliness in silence. Aunt Paul stood continually at his side now, but there was a difference there as well. Before, he had always been an adjunct to her, but now it was the other way around, and that seemed profoundly unnatural. "The proposal, if your Majesty will forgive my saying so, is a most generous," Valgon observed, concluding his reading of the latest treaty offered by Ranborun. The Tolnedran ambassador was a sardonic man with an aquiline nose and an aristocratic bearing. He was a Hunthite, a member of that family which had founded the empire, and from which 3 imperial dynasties had sprung. And he had a scarcely concealed contempt for all Elorns. Valgon was a continual thorn in Geryon's side. Hardly a day passed that some new treaty or trade agreement did not arrive from the Emperor. Geryon had quickly perceived that the Tolnedrans were desperately nervous about the fact that they did not have his signature on a single piece of parchment, and they were proceeding on the theory that if they kept shoving documents in front of a man, eventually he would sign something just to get them to leave him alone. Geryon's counter-strategy was very simple. He refused to sign anything. "It's exactly the same as the one they offered last week," Aunt Paul's voice observed in the silence of his mind.
"All they did was switch the clauses around and change a few words. Tell him no."
Geryon looked at the smug ambassador with something very close to active dislike.
"Totally out of the question,"
he replied shortly.
Valgan began to protest, but Geryon cut him short. "It is identical to last week's proposal, Valgan, and we both know it. The answer was no then, and it is still no. I will not give Tolnedra preferred status in trade with Riva. I will not agree to ask Ranbaron's permission before I sign any agreement with any other nation, and I most certainly will not agree to any modification of the terms of the Accords of Vomembre. Please ask Ranbaron not to pester me any more until he is ready to talk sense."
"Your Majesty,"
Valgan sounded shocked.
"one does not speak so to the Emperor of Tolnedra."
"I will speak any way I please," Geryon told him. "You have our permission to leave."
"Your Majesty."
"You are dismissed, Valgan."
Geryon cut him off. The ambassador drew himself up, bowed coldly, and stalked from the hall. "Not bad," King Onheg drawled from the partially concealed embrasure where he and the other kings generally gathered. The presence of these royal onlookers made Geryon perpetually uneasy. He knew they were watching his every move, judging, evaluating his decisions, his manner, his words. He knew he was bound to make mistakes during these first few months, and he would have greatly preferred to make them without an audience. But how could he tell a group of sovereign kings that he would prefer not to be the absolute center of their attention? "It's a trifle blunt, though, wouldn't you say?" King Fulrak suggested.
"He'll learn to be more diplomatic in time,"
King Rodar predicted.
"I expect that Ranbaron will find this directness refreshing. Just as soon as he recovers from the fit of apoplexy our Belgarian's reply is going to give him."
The assembled kings and nobles all laughed at King Rodar's sally, and Geryon tried without success to keep from blushing.
"Do they have to do that?" he whispered furiously to Aunt Paul. "Every time I so much as hiccup, I get all of this commentary." "Don't be surly, dear," she replied calmly. "It was a trifle impolite, though. Are you really sure you want to take that tone with your future father-in-law?"
That was something of which Geryon most definitely did not wish to be reminded. The Princess Zenedra had still not forgiven him for his sudden elevation, and Geryon was having grave doubts about the whole notion of marrying her. Much as he liked her, and he did like her, he regretfully concluded that Zenedra would not make him a good wife. She was clever and spoiled, and she had a streak of stubbornness in her nature as wide as an ox cart. Geryon was fairly certain that she would take a perverse delight in making his life as miserable as she possibly could. As he sat on his throne listening to the jocular comments of the Elorn kings, he began to wish that he had never heard of the orb. As always, the thought of the jewel made him glance up to where it glowed on the pommel of the massive sword hanging above the throne. There was something so irritatingly smug about the way it glowed each time he sat on the throne. It always seemed to be congratulating itself, as if he, Belgariad of Riva, were somehow its own private creation. Geryon did not understand the orb. There was an awareness about it. He knew that. His mind had tentatively touched that awareness and then had carefully retreated. Geryon had been touched on occasions by the minds of gods, but the consciousness of the orb was altogether different. There was a power in it that he could not even begin to comprehend. More than that, its attachment to him seemed quite irrational. Geryon knew himself, and he was painfully aware that he was not that lovable. But each time he came near it, it would begin to glow insufferably, and his mind would fill with that strange soaring song he had first heard in Tuchik's turret. The song of the orb was a kind of compelling invitation. Geryon knew that if he should take it up, its will would join with his, and there would be nothing that between them they could not do. Torak had raised the orb and had cracked the world with it. Garion knew that if he chose, he could raise the orb and mend that crack. More alarming was the fact that as soon as the notion occurred to him, the orb began to provide him with precise instructions on how to go about it. "Pay attention, Garion," Aunt Paul's voice said to him. The business of the morning, however, was very nearly completed. There were a few other petitions and a peculiar note of congratulation that had arrived that morning from Nyssa. The tone of the note was tentatively conciliatory, and it appeared over the signature of Tzadi, the eunuch. Garion decided that he wanted to think things through rather carefully before he drafted a reply. The memory of what had happened in Salmistra's throne room still bothered him, and he was not entirely sure he wanted to normalize relations with the snake people. At least, not just yet. Then, since there was no further court business, he excused himself and left the hall. His robe was very hot, and the crown was beginning to give him a headache. He most definitely wanted to return to his apartment and change clothes. The guards at the side door to the hall bowed respectfully as he passed them and drew up into formation to accompany him. "I'm not really going any place," Garion told the sergeant in charge. "Just back to my rooms, and I know the way. Why don't you and your men go have some lunch?"
"Your Majesty's very kind," the sergeant replied. "Will you need us later?"
"I'm not sure. I'll send somebody to let you know."
The sergeant bowed again, and Garion went on along the dimly lighted corridor. He had found this passageway about 2 days after his coronation. It was relatively unused, and it was the most direct route from the royal apartment to the throne room. Garion liked it because he could follow it to and from the great hall with a minimum of pomp or ceremony. There were only a few doors, and the candles on the walls were spaced far enough apart to keep the light subdued. The dimness seemed comforting for some reason, almost as if it restored in some measure his anonymity. He walked along, lost in thought. There were so many things to worry about. The impending war between the West and the Angarak kingdoms was uppermost in his mind. He, as overlord of the West, would be expected to lead the West, and Kaltorak, awakened from his slumber, would come against him with the multitudes of Angarak. How could he possibly face so terrible an adversary? The very name of Torak chilled him. And what did he know about armies and battles? Inevitably, he would blunder, and Torak would smash all of the forces of the West with one mailed fist. Not even sorcery could help him. His own power was still too untried to risk a confrontation with Torak. Aunt Paul would do her best to aid him, of course, but without Belgarath they had little hope of success. And Belgarath had still not given any indication that his collapse had not permanently impaired his abilities. Garion did not want to think about that anymore. But his other problems were nearly as bad. Very soon he was going to have to come to grips with Tzenedra's adamant refusal to make peace. If she would only be reasonable. Garion was sure that the marginal difference in their rank would not make all that much difference. He liked Tzenedra. He was even prepared to admit that his feelings for her went quite a bit deeper than that. She could, usually when she wanted something, be absolutely adorable. If they could just get past this one minor problem, things might turn out rather well. That possibility brightened his thoughts considerably. Musing about it, he continued on down the corridor. He had gone only a few more yards when he heard that furtive step behind him again. He sighed, wishing that his ever-present attendant would find some other amusement. Then he shrugged, and, deep in thought about the Nyssan question, he continued on along the corridor. The warning was quite sharp, and came at the last instant. "Look out!" the voice in his mind barked at him. Not knowing exactly why, not even actually thinking about it, Garion reacted instantly, diving headlong to the floor. His crown went rolling as, with a great shower of sparks, a thrown dagger clashed into the stone wall and went bouncing and skittering along the flagstones. Garion swore, rolled quickly, and came to his feet with his own dagger in his hand. Outraged and infuriated by this sudden attack, he ran back along the corridor, his ermine-trimmed robe flapping and tangling cumbersomely around his legs. He caught only one or two momentary glimpses of his gray-cloaked attacker as he ran after the knife-thrower. The assassin dodged into a recessed doorway some yards down the corridor, and Garion heard a heavy door slam behind the fleeing man. When he reached the door and wrenched it open, his dagger still in his fist, he found only another long, dim passageway. There was no one in sight. His hands were shaking, but it was more from anger than from fright. He briefly considered calling the guards, but almost immediately dismissed that idea. To continue following the assailant was, the more he thought about it, even more unwise. He had no weapon but his dagger, and the possibility of meeting someone armed with a sword occurred to him. There might even be more than one involved in this business, and these dimly lighted and deserted corridors were most certainly not a good place for confrontations. As he started to close the door, something caught his eye. A small scrap of gray wool lay on the floor just at the edge of the door frame. Garion bent, picked it up, and carried it over to one of the candles hanging along the wall. The bit of wool was no more than 2 fingers wide, and seemed to have been torn from the corner of a gray raven cloak. In his haste to escape, the assassin had, Garion surmised, inadvertently slammed the door on his own cape, and then had ripped off this fragment in his flight. Garion's eyes narrowed, and he turned and hurried back up the corridor, stooping once to retrieve his crown, and again to pick up his assailant's dagger. He looked around once. The hallway was empty and somehow threatening. If the unknown knife-thrower were to return with 3 or 4 companions, things could turn unpleasant. All things considered, it might be best to get back to his own apartments as quickly as possible, and to lock his door. Since there was no one around to witness any lack of dignity, Garion lifted the skirts of his royal robe and bolted like a rabbit for safety. He reached his own door, jerked it open, and jumped inside, closing and locking it behind him. He stood with his ear against the door, listening for any sounds of pursuit. "Is there something wrong, Your Majesty?" Garion almost jumped out of his skin. He whirled to confront his valet, whose eyes widened as he saw the daggers in the king's hands. Nothing," he replied quickly, trying to cover his confusion. "Help me out of this thing." He struggled with the fastenings of his robe. His hands seemed to be full of daggers and crowns. With a negligent flip, he tossed his crown into a nearby chair, sheathed his own dagger, and then carefully laid the other knife and the scrap of wool cloth on the polished table. The valet helped him to remove the robe, and then carefully folded it over his arm. "Would Your Majesty like to have me get rid of these for you?" he asked, looking a bit distastefully at the dagger and the bit of wool on the table. "No," Garion told him firmly. Then a thought occurred to him. "Do you know where my sword is?" "Your Majesty's sword hangs in the throne room," the valet replied. "No, not that one," Garion said. "The other one. The one I was wearing when I first came here." "I suppose that I could find it," the valet answered a bit dubiously. "Do that," Garion said. "I think I'd like to have it where I can get my hands on it. And please see if you can find Laldoran of Wildentor for me. I need to talk to him." "At once, Your Majesty." The valet bowed and quietly left the room. Garion took up the dagger and the scrap of cloth and examined both rather closely. The dagger was just a commonplace knife, heavy, sturdily made and with a wire-bound hilt. It bore no ornament or identifying marks of any kind. Its tip was slightly bent, the result of its contact with the stone wall. Whoever had thrown it very hard. Geryon developed a definitely uncomfortable sensation between his shoulder blades. The dagger would probably not be very useful. There were undoubtedly 100 like it in the citadel. The wool scrap, on the other hand, might prove to be very valuable. Somewhere in this fortress there was a man with the corner of his cloak torn off. The torn cloak and this little piece of cloth would very likely match rather closely. About a half an hour later, Luldaran arrived.
"You sent for me, Geryon?"
"Sit down, Luldaran," Geryon told his friend, then pointedly waited until the valet left the room.
"I think I've got a little bit of a problem,"
he said, sprawling deeper into the chair by the table.
"I wondered if I might ask for your help."
"You know you don't even have to ask, Geryon,"
the earnest young Asturian told him.
"This has to be just between the two of us,"
Geryon cautioned.
"I do not want anyone else to know."
"My word of honor on it,"
Luldaran replied instantly. Geryon slid the dagger across the table to his friend.
"A little while ago, when I was on my way back here, somebody threw this at me."
Luldaran gasped, and his eyes went wide.
"Treason?"
he gasped again.
"Either that or something personal," Geryon replied. "I don't know what it's all about."
"You must alert your guards,"
Luldaran declared, jumping to his feet.
"No,"
Geryon answered firmly.
"If I do that, they'll lock me up entirely. I don't have very much freedom left at all, and I don't want to lose it."
"Did you see him at all?"
Luldaran asked, sitting down again and examining the dagger.
"Just his back. He was wearing one of those gray cloaks."
"All ravens wear gray cloaks, Geryon."
"Well, we do have something to work with, though."
Geryon took the scrap of wool out from under his tunic.
"After he threw the knife, he ran through a door and slammed it shut behind him. He caught his cloak in the door, and this got ripped off."
Luldaran examined the bit of cloth.
"It looks like a corner,"
he noted.
"That's what I think, too. If we both keep our eyes open, we might just happen to see somebody with the corner of his cloak missing. Then, if we can get our hands on his cloak, we might be able to see if this piece matches."
Luldaran nodded his agreement, his face hardening.
"When we find him, though, I want to deal with him. A king is not supposed to become personally involved in this sort of thing."
"I might decide to suspend the rules,"
Geryon said grimly.
"I don't like having knives thrown at me. But let's find out who it is first."
"I shall start at once,"
Luldaran said, rising quickly.
"I'll examine every corner of every cloak in Riva, if I have to. We will find this traitor, Geryon, I promise you."
Geryon felt better after that, but it was still a wary young king who, in the company of a detachment of guards, went late that afternoon to the private apartments of the Rivan warder. He looked about constantly as he walked, and his hand was never far from the hilt of the sword at his waist. He found Brand seated before a large harp. The warder's big hands seemed to caress the strings of the instrument, bringing forth a plaintively rippling melody. The big, grim man's face was soft and reflective as he played, and Geryon found that the music was even more beautiful because it was so unexpected.
"You play very well, my lord,"
he said respectfully, as the last notes of the song lingered in the strings. "I play often, your majesty," Brand replied. "Sometimes as I play, I can even forget that my wife is no longer with me." He rose from the chair in front of the harp and squared his shoulders, all softness going out of his face. "How may I serve you, King Belgariad?" Geryon cleared his throat a trifle nervously.
"I'm probably not going to say this very well," he admitted. "But please, take it the way I mean it, not the way it might come out."
"Certainly, your majesty."
"I didn't ask for all of this, you know," Geryon began with a vague gesture that took in the entire citadel. "The crown, I mean. Being king. All of it. I was really pretty happy the way I was.
Yes, Your Majesty.
What I'm trying to get at is, well, you were the ruler here in Riva until I came along.
Brand nodded soberly.
I didn't really want to be king, Garion rushed on, and I certainly did not want to push you out of your position.
Brand looked at him, and then he slowly smiled. I had wondered why you seemed so uneasy whenever I came into the room, Your Majesty. Is that what's been making you uncomfortable?
Mutely,
Garion nodded. You don't really know us yet, Belgariad, Brand told him. You've only been here for a little more than a month. We are a peculiar sort of people. For over 3,000 years, we have been protecting the orb, ever since Iron Grip came to this island. That's why we exist. And I think that one of the things we have lost along the way is that sense of self other men seem to feel is so important. We serve the orb. That is our only purpose. To be quite honest with you, I'm really rather glad you came when you did. It was getting close to the time when I was supposed to choose my successor. With the help of the orb, of course. But I did not have the faintest idea who I was supposed to choose. Your arrival has relieved me of that task.
We can be friends, then?
I think that we already are, Belgariad, Brand replied gravely. We both serve the same master, and that always brings men closer together.
Garion hesitated. Am I doing all right?
He blurted. Brand considered that. Some of the things you have done were not exactly the way I might have done them, but that is to be expected. Rotar and Anheg don't always do the things the same way either. Each of us has his own particular manner.
They make fun of me, don't they? Anheg, Rodar, the others. I hear all of the clever remarks every time I make a decision.
I would not worry too much about that, Belgariad. They're Aelorns, and Aelorns don't take kings very seriously. They make fun of each other, too, you know. You could almost say that as long as they are joking, everything is all right. If they serious and all, then you will know that you're in trouble.
I suppose I hadn't thought of it that way,
Garion admitted. You'll get used to it in time, Brand assured him. Garion felt much better after his conversation with Brand. In the company of his guards, he started back toward the royal apartments, but part way there, he changed his mind and went looking for Aunt Paul instead. When he entered her rooms, his cousin Adara was sitting quietly with her, watching as Aunt Paul carefully mended one of Garion's old tunics. The girl rose and curtsied formally.
"Please, Adara," he said in a pained voice, "don't do that when we are alone. I see enough of it out there." He gestured in the direction of the more public parts of the building. "Whatever your Majesty wishes," she replied. "And don't call me that. I'm still just Garion." She looked gravely at him with her calm, beautiful eyes. "No, cousin," she disagreed. "You will never be just Garion any more." He sighed as the truth of that struck his heart. "If you will excuse me," she said then, "I must go attend Queen Selar. She is a bit unwell, and she says it comforts her to have me near." "It comforts all of us when you're near," Garion told her, without even thinking about it. She smiled at him fondly. "There might be some hope for him after all," Aunt Paul observed, her needle busy. Adara looked at Garion. "He's never really been that bad, Lady Polgara." She inclined her head toward them both, and quietly left the room. Garion wandered around for a few moments, and then flung himself into a chair. A great deal had happened that day, and he felt suddenly at odds with the whole world. Aunt Paul continued to sew. "Why are you doing that?" Garion demanded finally. I'll never wear that old thing again. It needs fixing, dear, she told him placidly. There are 100 people around who could do it for you. I prefer to do it myself. Put it down and talk to me.
She set the tunic aside and looked at him inquiringly.
And what did your Majesty wish to discuss?
Aunt Paul, Garion's voice was stricken.
Not you, too.
Don't give orders then, dear, she recommended, picking up the tunic again. Garion watched her at her sewing for a few moments, not really knowing what to say. A strange thought occurred to him.
Why are you doing that, Aunt Paul?
He asked, really curious this time.
Probably no one will ever use it again, so you're just wasting time on it.
It is my time, dear, she reminded him. She looked up from her sewing, her eyes unreadable. Then, without explanation, she held up the tunic with one hand and ran the forefinger of her other hand carefully up the rip. Garion felt a very light surge, and the sound was only a whisper. The rip mended itself before his eyes, rewoven as if it had never existed.
Now you can see how completely useless mending really is, she told him.
Why do you do it, then?
Because I like to sew, dear, she replied.
With a sharp little jerk, she ripped the tunic again. Then she picked up her needle and patiently began repairing the rip.
Sewing keeps the hands and eyes busy, but leaves the mind free for other things. It's very relaxing.
Sometimes you're awfully complicated, Aunt Paul.
Yes, dear, I know.
Garion paced about for a bit, then suddenly knelt beside her chair, and pushing her sewing aside, he put his head into her lap.
"Oh, Aunt Paul,"
he said, very close to tears.
"What's the matter, dear?"
she asked, carefully smoothing his hair.
"I'm so lonely."
"Is that all?"
He lifted his head and stared at her incredulously. He had not expected that.
"Everyone's lonely, dear," she explained, drawing him close to her. "We touch other people only briefly. Then we are alone again. You will get used to it in time."
"Nobody will talk to me now. Not the way they did before. They're always bowing and saying, 'Your Majesty,' to me."
"You are the king, after all."
"But I don't want to be."
"That's too bad.
It is the destiny of your family, so there is not a thing that you can do about it. Did anyone ever tell you about Prince Garad?"
"I don't think so."
"Who was he?"
"He was the only survivor when the Naesan assassins killed King Gorek and his family.
He escaped by throwing himself into the sea."
"How old was he?"
6. He was a very brave child. Everyone thought that he had drowned, and that his body had been washed out to sea. Your grandfather and I encouraged that belief. For 1,300 years we have hidden Prince Garad's descendants. For generations they've lived out their lives in quiet obscurity for the single purpose of bringing you to the throne. And now you say that you don't want to be king?"
"I don't know any of those people," he said.
He knew he was behaving badly, but he could not seem to help himself.
"Would it help if you did know them? Some of them, anyway?"
The question baffled him.
Perhaps it might," she decided.
She laid her sewing aside and stood up, drawing him to his feet. "Come with me," she told him, and led him to the tall window that looked out over the city below. There was a small balcony outside. In one corner, where a rain gutter had cracked, there had built up during the fall and winter a sheet of shiny black ice, curving down over the railing and spreading out on the balcony floor. Aunt Paul unlatched the window, and it swung open, admitting a blast of icy air that made the candles dance.
"Look directly into the ice, Garion," she told him, pointing at the glittering blackness. "Look deep into it." He did as she told him, and felt the force of her mind at work.
Something was in the ice. Shapeless at first, but emerging slowly, and becoming more and more visible. It was, he saw finally, the figure of a pale blonde woman, quite lovely, and with a warm smile on her lips. She seemed young, and her eyes were directly on Gerion's face. "My baby," a voice seemed to whisper to him. "My little Gerion." Gerion began to tremble violently. "Mother?" he gasped. "So tall now," the whisper continued. "Almost a man." "And already a king, Ildera," Aunt Paul told the phantom in a gentle voice. "Then he was the chosen one," the ghost of Gerion's mother exulted. "I knew it. I could feel it when I carried him under my heart." A second shape had begun to appear beside the first. It was a tall young man, with dark hair, but a strangely familiar face. Gerion clearly saw its resemblance to his own. "Hail, Belgariad, my son," the second shape said to him. "Father?" Gerion replied, not knowing what else to say. "Our blessings, Gerion," the second ghost said, as the two figures started to fade. "I avenged you, Father," Gerion called after them. It seemed important that they know that. He was never sure, however, if they had heard him. Aunt Paul was leaning against the window frame with a look of exhaustion on her face. "Are you all right?" Gerion asked her, concerned. "It is a very difficult thing to do, dear," she told him, passing a weary hand over her face. But there was yet another flicker within the depths of the ice, and the familiar shape of the blue wolf appeared, the one who had joined Belgariad in the fight with Groll the Eldrak in the mountains of Ulgo. The wolf sat looking at them for a moment, then flickered briefly into the shape of a snowy owl, and, finally, became a tawny-haired woman with golden eyes. Her face was so like Aunt Paul's that Gerion could not help glancing quickly back and forth to compare them. "You left it open, Belgariad," the golden-eyed woman said gently. Her voice was as warm and soft as a summer evening. "Yes, Mother," Aunt Paul replied. "I'll close it in a moment." "It's all right, Belgariad," the wolf woman told her daughter. "It gave me the chance to meet him." She looked directly into Gerion's face. "A touch or two is still there," she observed. "A bit about the eyes, and in the shape of the jaw. Does he know?" "Not everything, Mother." Perhaps that is as well," Poledra noted. Once again another figure emerged out of the dark depths of the ice. The second woman had hair like sunlight, and her face was even more like Aunt Paul's than Poledra's. "Belgariad, my dear sister," she said. "Belgariad?" Aunt Paul responded in a voice overwhelmed with love. "And Belgariad," Gerion's ultimate grandmother said, "the final flower of my love and Riva's." "Our blessings also, Belgariad," Poledra declared. "Farewell, for now, but know that we love thee." And then the two were gone. "Does that help?" Aunt Paul asked him, her voice deep with emotion and her eyes filled with tears. Gerion was too stunned by what he had just seen and heard to answer. Dumbly, he nodded. "I'm glad the effort was not wasted then," she said. "Please, close the window, dear. It's letting the winter in." Chapter 14. It was the first day of spring, and King Belgariad of Riva was terribly nervous. He had watched the approach of Princess Tinedra's 16th birthday with a steadily mounting anxiety, and, now that the day had finally arrived,
He hovered on the very edge of panic. The deep blue brocade doublet over which a half-dozen tailors had labored for weeks still did not seem to feel just right. Somehow it was a bit tight across the shoulders, and the stiff collar scratched his neck. Moreover, his gold crown seemed unusually heavy on this particular day, and as he fidgeted, his throne seemed even more uncomfortable than usual. The hall of the Raven King had been decorated extensively for the occasion, but even the banners and garlands of pale spring flowers could not mask the ominous starkness of the great throne-room. The assembled notables, however, chatted and laughed among themselves, as if nothing significant were taking place. Geryon felt rather bitter about their heartless lack of concern in the face of what was about to happen to him. Aunt Paul stood at the left side of his throne, garbed in a new silver gown, and with a silver circlet about her hair. Belgariad lounged indolently on the right, wearing a new green doublet, which had already become rumpled.
"Don't squirm so much, dear,"
Aunt Paul told Geryon calmly.
"That's easy enough for you to say,"
Geryon retorted.
"Try not to think about it," Belgariad advised. "It will all be over in a little while."
Then Brand, his face seeming even more bleak than usual, entered the hall from the side door and came to the dais.
"There's a Nyasin at the gate of the citadel, Your Majesty," he said quietly. "He says that he is an emissary of Queen Salmistra, and that he is here to witness the ceremony."
"Isn't that impossible?"
Geryon asked Aunt Paul, startled by the warder's surprising announcement.
"Not entirely," she replied. "More likely, though. It is a diplomatic fiction. I would imagine that the Nysans would prefer to keep Salmistra's condition a secret." "Well, what do I do?"
Belgariad shrugged.
"Let him in." "In here?"
Brand's voice was shocked.
"A Nysan in the throne room? Belgariad, you are not serious." "Geryon is overlord of the West, Brand," the old man replied. "And that includes Nyssa. I do not imagine that the snake people will be much use to us at any time, but let's be polite to them at least."
Brand's face went stiff with disapproval.
"What is your Majesty's decision?" he asked Geryon directly.
"Well," Geryon hesitated. "Let him come in, I guess." "Don't vacillate, Geryon," Aunt Paul told him. "I'm sorry," Geryon said quickly. "And don't apologize. Kings do not apologize."
He looked at her helplessly, and then turned back toward Brand.
"Tell the emissary from Nyssa to join us," he said, though his tone, at least he thought, was placating.
"By the way, Brand," Belgariad suggested, "I would not let anyone get too excited about this. The Nysan has ambassadorial status, and it would be a serious breach of protocol if he died unexpectedly."
Brand bowed rather stiffly, turned, and left the hall.
"Was that really necessary, Father?"
Aunt Paul asked.
"Old grudges die hard, Paul," Belgariad replied. "Sometimes it is best to get everything right out in front, so that there are not any misunderstandings later."
When the emissary of the Snake Queen entered the hall, Geryon started with surprise. It was Tsedi, the chief eunuch in Salmistra's palace. The thin man with the dead-looking eyes and shaved head wore the customary iridescent blue-green Nysan robe, and he bowed sinuously as he approached the throne.
"Greetings to His Majesty, Belgariad of Riva, from eternal Salmistra, Queen of the Snake People," he intoned.
"Welcome, Tsedi,"
Geryon replied formally.
"My queen sends her regards. on this happy day, Seti continued.
She didn't really, did she? Geryon asked a bit pointedly.
Not precisely, Your Majesty, Sadie admitted, without the least trace of embarrassment. I'm sure she would have, however, if we had been able to make her understand what was happening.
How is she?
Geryon remembered the dreadful transformation Salmistra had undergone. Difficult, Sadie answered blandly. Of course, that's nothing new. Fortunately, she sleeps for a week or two after she's been fed. She molted last month, and it made her dreadfully short-tempered. He rolled his eyes ceilingward. It was ghastly, he murmured. She bit 3 servants before it was over. They all died immediately, of course.
She's venomous?
Geryon was a bit startled at that. She has always been venomous, Your Majesty.
Oh, that's not the way I mean.
Forgive my little joke, Sadie apologized. Judging from the reactions of people she has bitten, I'd guess that she's at least 10 times more deadly than a common cobra.
Is she terribly unhappy? Geryon felt a strange pity for the hideously altered queen.
That's really rather hard to say, Your Majesty, Sadie replied clinically. It is difficult to tell what a snake's really feeling, you understand. By the time she learned to communicate her wishes to us, she seemed to have become reconciled to her new form. We feed her and keep her clean. As long as she has her mirror and someone to bite, when she's feeling peevish, she seems quite content.
She still looks at herself in the mirror? I wouldn't think she'd want to now.
Our race has a somewhat different view of the serpent, Your Majesty, Sadie explained. We find it a rather attractive creature, and our queen is a splendid-looking snake, after all. Her new skin is quite lovely, and she seems very proud of it. He turned and bowed deeply to Aunt Paul. Lady Polgara, he greeted her. Sadie, she acknowledged with a brief nod. May I convey to you the heartfelt thanks of Her Majesty's government? One of Aunt Paul's eyebrows rose inquiringly. The government, my lady, not the Queen herself. Your, intervention, shall we say, has simplified things in the palace enormously. We no longer have to worry about Salmisra's whims and peculiar appetites. We rule by committee, and we hardly ever find it necessary to poison each other any more. No one has tried to poison me for months. It is all very smooth and civilized in Stithy's store now. He glanced briefly at Geryon. May I also offer my congratulations on your success with His Majesty? He seems to have matured considerably. He really was very callow when last we met.
Whatever happened to Isis?
Geryon asked him, ignoring that particular observation. Sadie shrugged. Isis? Oh, he's still about, scratching out a living as a paid assassin, probably. I imagine that one day we will find him floating face down in the river, It is the sort of end one expects for someone like that. There was a sudden blare of trumpets from just beyond the great doors at the back of the hall. Geryon started nervously, and his mouth quite suddenly went dry. The heavy doors swung open, and a double file of Tolnedran legionnaires marched in, their breastplates burnished until they shone like mirrors, the tall crimson plumes on their helmets waving as they marched. The inclusion of the legionnaires in the ceremony had infuriated Brand. The Raven Warder had stalked about in icy silence for days after he had discovered that Geryon had granted Ambassador Valgon's request for a proper escort for Princess Tsenedra. Brand did not like Tolnedrans, and he had been looking forward to witnessing the pride of the Empire humbled by Tsenedra's forlorn and solitary entrance into the hall. The presence of the legionnaires spoiled that, of course, and Brand's disappointment and disapproval had been painfully obvious. As much as Geryon wanted to stay on Brand's good side, however, he did not intend to start off the official relationship between his bride-to-be and himself by publicly humiliating her. Geryon was quite ready to acknowledge his lack of education, but he was not prepared to admit to being that stupid. When Tsenedra entered, her hand resting lightly on Valgon's arm, she was every inch an imperial princess. Geryon could only gape at her. Although the accords of Vomimbre required that she present herself in her wedding gown, Geryon was totally unprepared for such imperial magnificence. Her gown was of gold and white brocade covered with seed pearls, and its train swept the floor behind her. Her flaming hair was intricately curled and cascaded over her left shoulder like a deep crimson waterfall. Her circlet of tinted gold held in place a short veil that did not so much conceal her face as soften it into luminousness. She was tiny and perfect, exquisite beyond belief, but her eyes were like little green agates. She and Valgon moved at a stately pace down between the ranks of her tall, burnished legionnaires. When they reached the front of the hall, they stopped. Brand, sober-faced and imposing, took his staff of office from Brelon, his eldest son, and rapped sharply on the stone floor with its butt 3 times. "Her Imperial Highness, Tsenedra, of the Tolnedran Empire," he announced in a deep, booming voice. "Will your Majesty grant her audience?" "I will receive the princess," Geryon declared, straightening a bit on his throne. "The Princess Tsenedra may approach the throne," Brand proclaimed. Though his words were ritual formality, they had obviously been chosen with great care to make it absolutely clear that Imperial Tolnedra came to the hall of the Raven King as a suppliant. Tsenedra's eyes flashed fire, and Geryon groaned inwardly. The little princess, however, glided to the appointed spot before the dais and curtsied regally. There was no submission in her gesture. "The princess has permission to speak," Brand boomed. For a brief, irrational moment, Geryon wanted to strangle him. Tsenedra drew herself up, her face as cold as a winter sea.
"Thus I, Tsenedra, daughter to Ran Borun the 23rd, and princess of Imperial Tolnedra, present myself as required by treaty and law, in the presence of His Majesty, Belgariad of Riva," she declared. "And thus has the Tolnedran Empire once more demonstrated her willingness to fulfill her obligations as set forth in the Accords of Vomimbre. Let other kingdoms witness Tolnedra's meticulous response and follow her example in meeting their obligations. I declare before these witnesses that I am an unmarried virgin of a suitable age. Will His Majesty consent to take me to wife?"
Garion's reply had been carefully thought out. The quiet inner voice had suggested a way to head off years of marital discord. He rose to his feet and said, I, Belgariad, King of Riva, hereby consent to take Imperial Princess Tenedra to be my wife and queen. I declare, moreover, that she will rule jointly by my side in Riva, and wheresoever else the authority of our throne may extend. The gasp that rippled through the hall was clearly audible, and Bran's face went absolutely white. The look Tenedra gave Garion was quizzical, and her eyes softened slightly. "Your Majesty is too kind," she responded, with a graceful little curtsy. Some of the edge had gone out of her voice, and she threw a quick sidelong glance at the spluttering Bran. "Have I your Majesty's permission to withdraw?" she asked sweetly. "As your Highness wishes," Garion replied, sinking back down onto his throne. He was perspiring heavily. The princess curtsied again, with a mischievous little twinkle in her eyes, then turned and left the hall with her legionnaires drawn up in close order about her. As the great doors boomed shut behind her, an angry buzz ran through the crowd. The word outrageous seemed to be the most frequently repeated.
"This is unheard of, Your Majesty," Brand protested.
"Not entirely," Garion replied defensively. "The throne of Arindia is held jointly by King Corodulin and Queen Mayaserina." He looked to Mandoralin, gleaming in his armor, with a mute appeal in his eyes.
"His Majesty speaks truly, my Lord Brand," Mandoralin declared. "I assure thee that our kingdom suffers not from the lack of singularity upon the throne." "That is Arindia," Brand objected. "This is Riva. The situations are entirely different. No Eloan kingdom has ever been ruled by a woman." "It might not hurt to examine the possible advantages of the situation," King Rodar suggested. "My own queen, for example, plays a somewhat more significant role in Drasnian affairs than custom strictly allows." With great difficulty, Brand regained at least some of his composure. "May I withdraw, Your Majesty?" he asked, his face still livid. "If you wish," Garion answered quietly. It was not going well. Brand's conservatism was the one stumbling block he had not considered. "It is an interesting notion, dear," Aunt Paul said quietly to him. "But don't you think it might have been better to consult with someone before you made it a public declaration?" "Won't it help to cement relations with the Tolnedrans?" "Oh, quite possibly," she admitted. "I am not saying that it is a bad idea, Garion. I just think it might have been better to warn a few people first." "What are you laughing at?" she demanded of Belgarath, who was leaning against the throne, convulsed with mirth. "The bear cult is going to have collective apoplexy," he chortled.
Her eyes widened slightly. "Oh, dear, I had forgotten about them." "They're not going to like it very much, are they?" Garion concluded. "Particularly since Tenedra's a Tolnedran."
"I think that you can count on them to go up in flames," the old sorcerer replied, still laughing.
In the days that followed, the usually bleak halls of the citadel were filled with color as official visitors and representatives teemed through them, chatting, gossiping, and conducting business in out-of-the-way corners. The rich and varied gifts they had brought to celebrate the occasion filled several tables lining one of the walls in the great throne room. Garion, however, was unable to visit or to examine the gifts. He spent his days in a room with his advisers, and with the Tolnedran ambassador and his staff,
as the details of the official betrothal document were hammered out. Valgon had seized on Gerion's break with tradition, and was trying to wring the last measure of advantage from it, while Brand was desperately trying to add clauses and stipulations to rigidly circumscribe Tsenedra's authority. As the two haggled back and forth, Gerion found himself more and more frequently staring out the window. The sky over Riva was an intense blue, and puffy white clouds ran before the wind. The bleak crags of the island were touched with the first green blush of spring. Faintly, carried by the wind, the high, clear voice of a shepherdess, singing to her flock, wafted through the open window. There was a pure, unschooled quality to her voice, and she sang with no hint of self-consciousness, as if there were not a human ear within 100 leagues. Gerion sighed as the last notes of her song died away, and then returned his attention to the tedious negotiations. His attention, however, was divided in those early days of spring. Since he was unable to pursue the search for the man with the torn cloak himself, he was forced to rely on Luldaran to press the investigation. Luldaran was not always entirely reliable, and the search for the would-be assassin seemed to fire the enthusiastic young Asturian's imagination. He crept about the citadel with dark, sidelong glances, and reported his lack of findings in conspiratorial whispers. Turning things over to Luldaran might have been a mistake, but there had been no real choice in the matter. Any of Gerion's other friends would have immediately raised a general outcry, and the entire affair would have been irrevocably out in the open. Gerion did not want that. He was not prepared to make any decisions about the assassin until he found out who had thrown the knife, and why. Too many other things could have been involved. Only Luldaran could be relied upon for absolute secrecy, even though there was some danger in turning him loose in the citadel with a license to track someone down. Luldaran had a way of turning simple things into catastrophes, and Gerion worried almost as much about that as he did about the possibility of another knife hurtling out of the shadows toward his unprotected back. Among the visitors present for the betrothal ceremonies was Tsenedra's cousin Zira, who was present as the personal representative of Queen Xantha. Though shy at first, the Dryad soon lost her reserve, particularly when she found herself the center of the attention of a cluster of smitten young noblemen. The gift of Queen Xantha to the royal couple was, Gerion thought, somewhat peculiar. Wrapped in plain leaves, Zira presented them with 2 sprouted acorns. Tsenedra, however, seemed delighted. She insisted upon planting the 2 seeds immediately, and rushed down to the small private garden adjoining the royal apartments.
"It's very nice, I suppose," Gerion commented dubiously, as he stood watching his princess on her knees in the damp loam of the garden, busily preparing the earth to receive Queen Xantha's gift. Tsenedra looked at him sharply. "I don't believe your Majesty understands the significance of the gift," she said, in that hatefully formal tone she had assumed with him. "Stop that," Gerion told her crossly. "I still have a name, after all, and I am almost positive that you haven't forgotten it." "If your Majesty insists," she replied loftily. "My Majesty does. What's so significant about a couple of nuts?" She looked at him almost pityingly. "You wouldn't understand." "Not if you won't take the trouble to explain it to me?" "Oh, very well." She sounded irritatingly superior. "The 1 acorn is from my very own tree. The other is from Queen Xantha's." "So—" "See how impossibly dense he is?" the princess said to her cousin. "He is not a dryad, Tsenedra," Zira replied calmly. "Obviously." Zira turned to Gerion. "The acorns
are not really from my mother," she explained. "The gifts are from the trees themselves."
"Well, why didn't you tell me that in the first place?" Geryon demanded of Tynedra. She sniffed and returned to her digging.
"While they are still just young shoots, Tynedra will bind them together,"
Zira went on.
"The shoots will intertwine as they grow, embracing each other, and forming a single tree. It is the Dryad symbol for marriage. The two will become one, just as you and Tynedra will." "That remains to be seen,"
Tynedra sniffed, troweling busily in the dirt. Geryon sighed.
"I hope the trees are patient." "Trees are very patient, Geryon,"
Zira replied. She made a little gesture that Tynedra could not see, and Geryon followed her to the other end of the garden.
"She does love you, you know,"
Zira told him quietly.
"Oh, she won't admit it, of course. But she loves you. I know her well enough to see that."
"Why is she acting the way she is, then?"
"She does not like being forced into things. That's all."
"But I'm not the one who's forcing her. Why take it out on me?"
"Can you think of anyone else that she can take it out on?"
Geryon hadn't thought of that. He left the garden quietly. Zira's words gave him some hope that one of his problems, at least, might eventually be resolved. Tynedra would pout and storm for a while, and then, after she had made him suffer enough, she would relent. Perhaps it might speed things along if he suffered a bit more obviously. The other problems had not changed significantly. He was still going to have to lead an army against Kal Torak. Belgarath had still given no sign that his power was intact, and someone in the citadel was still, so far as Geryon knew, sharpening another knife, just for him. He sighed and went back to his own rooms, where he could worry in private. Somewhat later he received word that Aunt Paul wanted to see him in her private apartments. He went immediately and found her seated by the fire, sewing as usual. Belgarath, dressed in his shabby old clothes, sat in one of the deep, comfortable chairs on the other side of the fire with his feet up and a tankard in his hand.
"You wanted to see me, Aunt Paul?"
Geryon inquired as he entered.
"Yes, dear. Sit down."
She looked at him somewhat critically.
"He still doesn't look much like a king, does he, Father?"
Give him time, Paul,"
the old man told her.
"He hasn't been at it for very long."
"You both knew all along, didn't you?"
Geryon accused them.
"Who I was, I mean."
"Naturally," Aunt Paul answered in that maddening way of hers.
"Well, if you had wanted me to behave like a king, you should have told me about it. That way, I'd have had some time to get used to the idea."
"It seems to me we discussed this once before," Belgarath mentioned. "A long time ago. If you will stop and think of it, I am sure you'll be able to see why we had to keep it a secret."
"Maybe."
Geryon said it a bit doubtfully.
"All this has happened too fast, though. I hadn't even got used to being a sorcerer yet, and now I have to be a king, too. It's all got me off balance."
"You're adaptable, Geryon," Aunt Paul told him, her needle flickering.
"You had better give him the amulet, Paul," Belgarath mentioned. "The princess should be here soon."
"I was just about to, Father," she replied, laying aside her sewing.
"And what's this?"
Geryon asked.
"The princess has a gift for you,"
Aunt Paul said.
"A ring. It is a bit ostentatious, but act suitably pleased." "Shouldn't I have something to give her in return?"
"I have already taken care of that, dear." She took a small velvet box from the table beside her chair.
"You will give her this."
She handed the box to Geryon. Inside the box lay a silver amulet, a bit smaller than Geryon's own,
Represented on its face in minute and exquisite detail was the likeness of that huge tree which stood in solitary splendor in the center of the Vale of Aldur. There was a crown woven into the branches. Garion held the amulet in his right hand, trying to determine if it had some of the same kind of force about it that he knew was in the one that he wore. There was something there, but it did not feel at all the same. "It doesn't seem to be like ours," he concluded.
"It isn't," Belgarath replied. "Not exactly, anyway. Sinedra's not a sorceress, so she would not be able to use one like yours."
"You said not exactly. It does have some kind of power, then?"
"It will give her certain insights," the old man answered, "if she's patient enough to learn how to use it."
"Exactly what are we talking about when we use the word insight?"
"An ability to see and hear things she would not otherwise be able to see or hear," Belgarath specified.
"Is there anything else I should know about it before she gets here?" "Just tell her that it is a family heirloom," Aunt Paul suggested. "It belonged to my sister Belderan." "Oh, you should keep it, Aunt Paul," Garion objected. "I can get something else for the princess." "No, dear. Belderan wants her to have it." Garion found Aunt Paul's habit of speaking of people long dead, in the present tense, a trifle disconcerting, so he did not pursue the matter. There was a light tap on the door. "Come in, Sinedra," Aunt Paul answered. The little princess was wearing a rather plain green gown, open at the throat, and her expression was somewhat subdued. "Come over by the fire," Aunt Paul told her. "The evenings are still a bit chilly this time of year." "Is it always this cold and damp in Riva?" Sinedra asked, coming to the fire. "We are a long ways north of Tolhanath," Garion pointed out. "I am aware of that," she said, with that little edge in her voice.
"I always thought it was customary to wait until after the wedding to start bickering," Belgarath observed slyly. "Have the rules changed?"
"Oh, just practicing, Belgarath,"
Sinedra replied impishly.
"Just practicing for later on."
The old man laughed.
"You can be a charming little girl when you put your mind to it."
Sinedra bowed mockingly. Then she turned to Garion.
"It is customary for a Tolnedran girl to give her betrothed a gift of a certain value,"
she informed him. She held up a heavy, ornate ring set with several glowing stones.
"This ring belonged to Ranhorb II, the greatest of all Tolnedran emperors. Wearing it might help you to be a better king."
Garion sighed. It was going to be one of those meetings.
"I'll be honored to wear the ring,"
he replied as inoffensively as possible.
"And I would like for you to wear this."
He handed her the velvet box.
"It belonged to the wife of Riva Irongrip, Aunt Paul's sister."
Sinedra took the box and opened it.
"Why, Garion," she exclaimed, "it is lovely."
She held the amulet in her hand, turning it to catch the firelight.
"The tree, it looks so real that you can almost smell the leaves."
"Thank you," Belgarath replied modestly.
"You made it?"
The princess sounded startled. The old man nodded.
"When Polgara and Balderan were children, we lived in the Vale. There were not very many silversmiths there, so I had to make the amulets myself. Aldur helped me with some of the finer details."
"This is a priceless gift, Garion."
The tiny girl actually glowed, and Garion began to have some hope for his future.
"Help me with it,"
she commanded, handing him the two ends of the chain and turning with one hand, holding aside the mass of her deep red hair.
"Do you accept the gift, Sinedra?"
Aunt Paul asked her, giving the question a peculiar emphasis.
"Well, of course I do,"
the princess replied. Without reservation? And of your own free will? Aunt Paul pressed, her eyes intent. I accept the gift, Lady Belgariad, Tinedra replied. Fasten it for me, Geryon. Be sure it's secure. I would not want it to come undone.
I don't think you'll need to worry too much about that, Belgariad told her.
Geryon's fingers trembled slightly as he fastened the curious clasp. His fingertips tingled peculiarly as the two ends locked together with a faintly audible click. Hold the amulet in your hand, Geryon, Aunt Paul instructed him. Tinedra lifted her chin, and Geryon took the medallion in his right hand. Then Aunt Paul and Belgariad closed their hands over his. Something peculiar seemed to pass through their hands and into the talisman at Tinedra's throat. Now you are sealed to us, Tinedra, Aunt Paul told the princess quietly, with a tie that can never be broken. Tinedra looked at her with a puzzled expression, and then her eyes slowly widened, and a dreadful suspicion began to grow in them. Take it off, she told Geryon sharply.
He can't do that, Belgariad informed her, sitting back down and picking up his tankard again.
Tinedra was tugging at the chain, pulling with both hands. You will just scratch your neck, dear, Aunt Paul warned gently. The chain will not break. It cannot be cut. And it won't come off over your head. You will never have to worry about losing it. You did this? The princess stormed at Geryon. Did what? Put this slave chain on me. It was not enough that I had to bow to you? Now you have put me in chains as well? I didn't know, he protested. Liar! She screamed at him. Then she turned and fled the room, sobbing bitterly. Chapter 15. Geryon was in a sour mood. The prospect of another day of ceremony and tedious conferences was totally unbearable, and he had risen early to escape from the royal bedchamber before the insufferably polite appointment secretary with his endless lists could arrive to nail down the entire day. Geryon privately detested the inoffensive fellow, even though he knew the man was only doing his job. A king's time had to be organized and scheduled, and it was the appointment secretary's task to take care of that. And so, each morning after breakfast, there came that respectful tapping at the door, and the appointment secretary would enter, bow, and then proceed to arrange the young king's day, minute by minute. Geryon was morbidly convinced that somewhere, probably hidden away and closely guarded, was the ultimate master list that laid out the schedule for the rest of his life, including his royal funeral. But this day dawned too gloriously for thoughts of stuffy formality and heavy conference. The sun had come boiling up out of the sea of the winds, touching the snowfields atop the craggy peaks with a blushing pink, and the morning shadows in the deep valleys above the city were a misty blue. The smell of spring pushed urgently in from the little garden outside his window, and Geryon knew he must escape, if only for an hour or so. He dressed quickly in tunic, hose, and soft raven boots, rather carefully selecting clothes as unroyal as his wardrobe offered. Pausing only long enough to belt on his sword, he crept out of the royal apartment. He even considered not taking along his guards, but prudently decided against that. They were at a standstill in the search for the man who had tried to kill him in the dim hallway, but both Laldaran and Geryon had discovered that the outer garments of any number of Rivans needed repair. The gray cloak was not a ceremonial garment, but rather was something thrown on for warmth. It was a sturdy utilitarian covering, and quite a number of such robes had been allowed to fall into a condition of shocking disrepair. Moreover, now that spring was here, men would soon stop wearing them,
and the only clue to the attacker's identity would be locked away in a closet somewhere. Garion brooded about that as he wandered moodily through the silent corridors of the citadel, with 2 mailed guards following at a respectful distance. The attempt, he reasoned, had not come from a Grolem. Aunt Paul's peculiar ability to recognize the mind of a Grolem would have alerted her instantly. In all probability, the attacker had not been a foreigner of any kind. There were too few foreigners on the island to make that very likely. It had to be Raven. But why would one of his own people want to kill the king, who had just returned after 1,300 years? He sighed with perplexity over the problem, and let his mind drift off to other matters. He wished that he were only Garion again. He wished that more than anything. He wished that it might be possible for him to awaken in some out-of-the-way inn, somewhere, and start out in the silver light of daybreak to ride alone to the top of the next hill to see what lay beyond it. He sighed again. He was a public person now, and such freedom was denied to him. He was coldly certain that he was never going to have a moment to himself again. As he passed an open doorway, he suddenly heard a familiar voice.
"Sin creeps into our minds the moment we let our thoughts stray,"
Relg was saying. Garion stopped, motioning his guards to silence.
"Must everything be a sin?"
Taiba asked. Inevitably, they were together. They had been together almost continually from the moment Relg had rescued Taiba from her living entombment in the cave beneath Rachthal. Garion was almost certain that neither of them was actually conscious of that fact. Moreover, he had seen evidence of discomfort not only on Taiba's face, but on Relg's as well, whenever they were apart. Something beyond the control of either of them drew them together.
"The world is filled with sin,"
Relg declared.
"We must guard against it constantly. We must stand jealous guard over our purity against all forms of temptation."
"That would be very tiresome."
Taiba sounded faintly amused.
"I thought you wanted instruction," Relg accused her. "If you just came here to mock me, I will leave right now."
"Oh, sit down, Relg,"
she told him.
"We will never get anywhere with this if you take offense at everything I say."
"Have you no idea at all about the meaning of religion?"
he asked after a moment. He actually sounded curious about it.
"In the slave pens, the word religion meant death. It meant having your heart cut out."
"That was a Grolem perversion. Didn't you have a religion of your own?"
"The slaves came from all over the world, and they prayed to many gods, usually for death."
"What about your own people? Who is your god?"
"I was told that his name is Mara. We don't pray to him, though. Not since he abandoned us."
"It is not man's place to accuse the gods,"
Relg told her sternly.
"Man's duty is to glorify his god and to pray to him, even if the prayers are not answered."
"And what about the god's duty to man?"
she asked pointedly.
"Can a god not be negligent, as well as a man? Would you not consider a god negligent if he allowed his children to be enslaved and butchered? Or if he allowed his daughters to be given as a reward to other slaves when they pleased their masters, as I was?"
Relg struggled with that painful question.
"I think that you have led a very sheltered life, Relg. I think you have a very limited idea of human suffering, of the kinds of things men can do to other men and women, apparently with the full permission of the gods."
"You should have killed yourself."
"Whatever for?"
"To avoid corruption, naturally.
You are an innocent, aren't you? I did not kill myself because I was not ready to die. Even in the slave pens, life can be sweet, Relg, and death is bitter. What you call corruption is only a small thing, and not even always unpleasant.
Sinful woman, he gasped.
You worry too much about that, Relg, she advised him. Cruelty is a sin. A lack of compassion is a sin. But that other little thing? I hardly think so. I begin to wonder about you. Could it be that this all of yours is not quite so stern and unforgiving as you seem to believe? Does he really want all these prayers and rituals and grovelings? Or are they your way to hide from your God? Do you think that praying in a loud voice and pounding your head on the ground will keep him from seeing into your heart?
Relg was making strangled noises.
If our gods really loved us, they would want our lives filled with joy, she continued relentlessly. But you hate joy for some reason, probably because you are afraid of it. Joy is not a sin, Relg. Joy is a kind of love, and I think the gods approve of it, even if you don't.
You are hopelessly depraved.
Perhaps so, she admitted casually. But at least I look life right in the face. I am not afraid of it, and I do not try to hide from it.
Why are you doing this? He demanded of her in an almost tragic voice. Why must you forever follow me and mock me with your eyes?
I don't really know, she replied, sounding almost puzzled. You are not really that attractive. Since we left Raxol, I have seen dozens of men who interested me much more. At first it was because I knew that I made you nervous, and because you were afraid of me. I rather enjoyed that. But lately there's more to it than that. It doesn't make any sense, of course. You are what you are, and I am what I am. But for some reason, I want to be with you.
She paused.
Tell me, Relg, and don't try to lie about it. Would you really want me to go away and never see you again?
There was a long and painful silence. May Ul forgive me, Relg groaned finally.
I'm sure he will, Relg, she assured him gently.
Garion moved quietly on down the corridor, away from the open door. Something he had not understood before had begun to become quite clear.
You're doing this, aren't you?
He asked silently.
Naturally,
the dry voice in his mind replied.
But why those two?
Because it was necessary, Belgariad.
I don't do things out of whim. We're all compelled by necessity, even I. Actually, what's going on between Relg and Taiba does not remotely concern you.
Garion was a little stung by that.
I thought, well, you assumed that you were my only care, that you were the absolute center of the universe. You're not, of course. There are other things almost equally important, and Relg and Taiba are centrally involved in one of those things. Your participation in that particular matter is peripheral, at the most. They're going to be desperately unhappy if you force them together. That does not matter in the slightest. Their being together is necessary. You are wrong, though. It will take them a while to get used to it, but once they do, they are both going to be very happy. Obedience to necessity does have its rewards, after all.
Geryon struggled with that idea for a while, then finally gave up. His own problems intruded once more on his thoughts. Inevitably, as he always did when he was troubled, he went looking for Aunt Paul. He found her sitting before the cozy fire in her apartment, sipping a cup of fragrant tea and watching through the window as the rosy morning sunlight set the snowfields above the city ablaze.
"You're up early," she observed as he entered. "I wanted to talk to you, and the only way I ever get the chance to do what I want is to leave my room before the man with my schedule for the day shows up."
He flung himself into a chair.
"They never give me a minute to myself. You're an important person now, dear." "Well, that wasn't my idea."
He stared moodily out the window.
"Grandfather's all right now, isn't he?"
he asked suddenly.
"What gave you that idea?" "Well, the other day, when we gave Tinedra the amulet, didn't he sort of—" "Most of that came from you, dear," she replied. "I felt something else. That could have been just me. It was a pretty subtle thing, and even I could not be sure if he had any part in it. Well, there has to be some way we can find out. There is only one way, Geryon, and that is for him to do something. All right, let's go off with him someplace and have him try. Something sort of small, maybe." "And how would we explain that to him?" "You mean he doesn't know?" Geryon sat up quickly. "He might, but I rather doubt it." "You didn't tell him?" "Of course not. If he has any doubts whatsoever about his abilities, he will fail. And if he fails once, that will be the end of it." "I don't understand." "A very important part of it is knowing that it's going to work. If you are not absolutely sure, then it won't. That is why we cannot tell him."
Geryon thought about that.
"I suppose that makes sense. But isn't it sort of dangerous? I mean, if something really urgent comes up, and he tries to do something about it, and we all of a sudden find out that he can't. You and I would have to deal with it then, dear. Well, you seem awfully calm about it. Getting excited doesn't really help very much, Geryon."
The door burst open, and Queen Layla, her hair all awry and her crown slipping precariously over one ear, stormed in.
"I won't have it, Belgariad,"
she declared angrily.
"I absolutely won't have it. You have got to talk to him. Oh, excuse me, Your Majesty,"
the plump little queen added, noticing Geryon.
"I didn't see you."
She curtsied gracefully.
"Your Highness,"
Geryon replied, getting up hurriedly and bowing in return.
"Who do you wish me to speak with, Layla?"
Aunt Paul asked.
"Anheg. They insist that my poor husband sit up and drink with him every night. Volrak's so sick this morning that he can barely lift his head off the pillow. That great bully of a Carrick is ruining my husband's health." "Anheg likes your husband, Layla. It is his way of showing his friendship." "Well, can't they be friends without drinking so much?"
"I'll talk to him, dear,"
Aunt Paul promised. Mollified somewhat, Queen Layla departed, curtsying again to Geryon. Geryon was about to return to the subject of Belgariad's infirmity, when Aunt Paul's maid came in to announce Lady Merrill. Barak's wife entered the room with a somber expression.
"Your Majesty?"
she greeted Geryon perfunctorily. Geryon rose again to bow and politely respond. He was getting rather tired of it.
"I need to talk with you, Belgariad,"
Merrill declared.
"Of course,"
Aunt Paul replied.
"Would you excuse us, Geryon?"
"I'll wait in the next room," he offered. He crossed to the door, but did not close it all the way. Once again his curiosity overcame his good manners.
"They'll keep throwing it in my face," Merrill blurted, almost before he was out of the room. "And what's that?" "Well," Merrill hesitated, then spoke quite firmly. "My lord and I were not always on the best of terms," she admitted. "Oh, that's widely known, Merrill," Aunt Paul told her diplomatically. "That's the whole problem," Merrill complained. "They all keep laughing behind their hands and waiting for me to go back to being the way I was before." A note of steel crept into her voice. "Well, it's not going to happen," she declared, "so they can laugh all they want to." "I'm glad to hear it, Merrill," Aunt Paul replied. "Oh, Belgariad," Merrill said with a helpless little laugh. "He looks so much like a great shaggy bear, but he's so gentle inside. Why couldn't I have seen that before? All those years wasted." "You had to grow up, Merrill. It takes some people longer, that is all." After Lady Merrill had left, Geryon came back in and looked quizzically at Aunt Paul. "Has it always been like that? What I mean is, do people always come to you when they've got their problems?" It happens now and then. People seem to think that I'm very wise. Usually they already know what they have to do, so I listen to them and agree with them, and give them a bit of harmless support. It makes them happy. I set aside a certain amount of time each morning for these visits. They know that I am here if they feel the need for someone to talk to. Would you care for some tea?" He shook his head. "Isn't it an awful burden? All these other people's problems, I mean." "Oh, it's not really that heavy, Geryon. Their problems are usually rather small and domestic. It's rather pleasant to deal with things that aren't quite so earth-shaking. Besides, I don't mind visitors, whatever their reasons for coming."
The next visitor, however, was Queen Eilina, and her problem was more serious. Geryon withdrew again when the maid announced that the Queen of Carrick wished to speak privately with Lady Polgara, but as before his curiosity compelled him to listen at the door of the adjoining chamber.
"I've tried everything I can think of, Polgara, but Grodek won't let me go." "The High Priest of Balar?" "He knows everything, naturally," Eilina confirmed. "All his underlings reported my every indiscretion to him. He threatens to tell Anheg if I try to sever my connection with the bear cult. How could I have been so stupid? He's got his hands around my throat." "Just how indiscreet have you been, Eilina?" Aunt Paul asked the Queen pointedly. "I went to some of their rituals," Eilina confessed. "I put a few cult members in positions in the palace. I passed some information along to Grodek." "Which rituals, Eilina?" "Oh, not those, Belgariad," Eilina replied in a shocked voice. "I would never stoop to that." "So all you really did was attend a few harmless gatherings where people dress up in bearskins and let a few cultists into the palace, where there were probably a dozen or more already anyway, and pass on a bit of harmless palace gossip. It was harmless, wasn't it?" "I didn't pass on any state secrets, Belgariad, if that's what you mean." "Then Grodek does not really have any hold over you, Eilina." "Oh, what should I do, Belgariad?" the Queen asked in an anguished voice. "Go to Anheg. Tell him everything." "But I can't." "You must. Otherwise Grodek will force you into something worse. Actually, the situation could be turned to Anheg's advantage. Tell me exactly how much you know about that cult's doing." "They've begun creating chapters among the peasants, for one thing." "They've never done that before," Aunt Paul mused. "The cult has always been restricted to the nobility and the priesthood." "I can't be sure, but I think they're preparing for something major, some kind of confrontation." "I'll mention it to my father. I think that he will want to take steps. As long as the cult was the plaything of the priesthood, and the minor nobility, it was not really all that important, but rousing the peasantry, that's quite another thing. I've heard a few other things as well, Elena continued. I think they're trying to penetrate Rodar's intelligence service. If they can get a few people in the right places in Boktor, they'll have access to most of the state secrets of the West. I see. Aunt Paul's voice was as cold as ice. I heard Grodeg talking once, Elena said in a tone of distaste. It was before he found out that I didn't want anything more to do with him. He had been reading the auguries and the signs of the heavens, and he was talking about the return of the Raven King. The cult takes the term Overlord of the West quite seriously. I honestly believe that their ultimate goal is to elevate Belgariad to the status of Emperor of all of the West, Aloria, Cinderia, Arindia, Tonedra, and Nyssa. That's not how the term was meant to be interpreted, Aunt Paul objected. I know, but Grodeg wants to twist it until it comes out that way. He is a total fanatic, and he wants to convert all of the people of the West to Balar, by the sword, if necessary. That idiot, Aunt Paul raged. He would start a general war in the West if he tried that, and even set the gods to wrangling. Oh, what is there about Aelorns that makes them continually want to expand to the south? Those boundaries were established by the gods themselves. I think it is time for someone to put his foot down on Grodeg's neck, firmly. Go to Onheg immediately. Tell him everything. And then tell him that I want to see him. I imagine that my father's going to want to discuss the matter with him as well. Onheg's going to be furious with me, Polgra, Elena faltered. I don't think so, Aunt Paul assured her. As soon as he realizes that you have exposed Grodeg's plan, he will probably be rather grateful. Let him think that you went along with Grodeg simply to get more information. That is a perfectly respectable motive, and it is the sort of thing a good wife would do. I hadn't thought of that, Elena said, already sounding more sure of herself. It would have been a brave thing to do, wouldn't it? Absolutely heroic, Elena, Aunt Paul replied. Now, go to Onheg. I will, Polgra. There was the sound of quick, determined steps, and then a door closed. Garion, come back in here. Aunt Paul's voice was firm. He opened the door. You were listening? It wasn't really a question. Well, we are going to have to talk about that, she told him. But it doesn't really matter this time. Go find your grandfather and tell him that I want to see him immediately. I do not care what he is doing. Bring him to me now. But how do we know he can do anything? Garion demanded. I mean, if he's lost his power... There are many kinds of power, Garion. Sorcery is only one of them. Now go fetch him at once. Yes, Aunt Paul, Garion replied, already moving toward the door. Chapter 16. The high priest of Balar was an imposing-looking man nearly 7 feet tall. He had a long gray beard and burning eyes sunk deep in their sockets beneath bristling black eyebrows. He arrived from Val Elorn the following week, after the seemingly endless negotiations had finally produced the official betrothal document. Accompanying him as a kind of retinue were 24 hard-faced warriors dressed in bearskins. "Bear cultists," Barak observed sourly to Garion and Silk, as the 3 of them stood atop the wall of the citadel, watching the high priest and his men mounting the steps from the harbor in the bright spring sunshine. I didn't say anything about bringing soldiers with him, Garion objected indignantly. I imagine he took it upon himself, Silk replied. Grodeg's very good at taking things upon himself. I wonder how he would like it if I threw him into a dungeon, Garion said hotly. Do I have a dungeon?
We could improvise one, I suppose. Barak grinned at him. Some nice damp cellar someplace. You might have to import rats, though. The island is reputed to be free of them.
You're making fun of me, Garion accused his friend, flushing slightly.
No, you know I wouldn't do that, Garion, Barak replied, pulling at his beard.
I would talk with Belgariad before I had Grodig clapped in irons, though, Silk suggested. The political implications might go a bit further than you intend. Whatever you do, don't let Grodig talk you into letting him leave any of his men behind. He's been trying to get a foothold on the Isle of the Winds for 20 years now. Not even Brand has had the nerve to let him go that far. Brand? Isn't it obvious? I would not want to say that Brand's a cult member, but his sympathies certainly lie in that direction.
Garion was shocked at that, and a little sick.
What do you think I ought to do?
Don't try to play politics with these people.
That's right. Grodig's here to conduct the official betrothal ceremony. Just let it go at that.
He will try to talk to me, though, Garion fretted. He's going to try to make me lead an invasion into the southern kingdoms, so that he can convert the Arans and Tonedrins and Neosans to the worship of Balar.
Where did you hear that? Silk asked curiously.
I would rather not say, Garion evaded.
Does Belgariad know?
Garion nodded. Aunt Paul told him. Silk chewed thoughtfully on a fingernail.
Just be stupid, he said finally.
What?
Pretend to be a simple country bumpkin with no idea of what's going on. Grodig's going to do everything he can to get you alone, so he can wring concessions out of you. Just keep smiling and nodding foolishly. And every time he makes a proposal, send for Belgariad. Let him think that you can't make a single decision on your own.
Won't that make me seem, well,
do you really care what he thinks?
Well, not really, I guess, but...
It will drive him crazy, Barak pointed out with a wicked grin. He'll think that you're a complete idiot, a ripe plum ready for the picking. But he'll realize that if he wants you, he will have to fight Belgariad to get you. He will be tearing out his beard in frustration before he leaves. He turned and looked admiringly at Silk. That's a really terrible thing to do to a man like Grodig, you know.
Silk smirked. Isn't it, though? The three of them stood grinning at each other and, finally, burst into laughter. The official betrothal ceremony was conducted the following day. There had been a great deal of haggling about who should enter the hall of the Riven King first, but that difficulty had been overcome by Belgariad's suggestion that Garion and Tenedra could enter arm in arm.
This is all in preparation for a wedding, after all, he had pointed out. We might as well start off with a semblance, at least, of friendship.
Garion was very nervous as the hour approached. His princess had been smoldering since the incident with the amulet, and he was almost certain that there was going to be trouble. But, to his surprise, Tenedra was radiant as the two of them waited alone together in a small antechamber, while the official guests gathered in the hall. Garion fidgeted a great deal, walking up and down nervously, adjusting his clothing. But Tenedra sat rather demurely, patiently waiting the trumpet fanfare, which was to announce their entrance.
"Garion?"
she said after a while.
"Yes?" "Do you remember that time we bathed together in the Wood of the Dryads?"
"We did not bathe together," Garion replied quickly, blushing to the roots of his hair.
"Well, very nearly."
She brushed his distinction aside.
Do you realize that Lady Polgara kept throwing us together like that all of the time that we were traveling? She knew that all of this was going to happen, didn't she?
Yes, Garion admitted.
So she kept shoving us at each other, hoping something might happen between us.
Garion thought about that.
You're probably right, he concluded. She likes to arrange people's lives for them.
Zenedra sighed.
Oh, look at all the opportunities we missed,
she said somewhat regretfully.
Zenedra?
Garion gasped, shocked at her suggestion. She giggled a bit wickedly. Then she sighed again.
Now it's all going to be dreadfully official. Probably not nearly as much fun.
Garion's face was flaming by now.
Anyway, that time we bathed together, do you remember that I asked you if you would like to kiss me?
Garion nodded, not trusting himself to speak.
I never got that kiss, you know,
she said archly, standing up and crossing the small room to him.
And I think I'd like it now.
She took hold of the front of his doublet firmly with both little hands.
You owe me a kiss, Belgariad of Riva, and a Tonedran always collects what people owe her.
The look she directed up through her lashes at him smoldered dangerously. Just outside, the trumpets blared out an extended fanfare.
We're supposed to go in now,
Garion sputtered a bit desperately.
Let them wait,
she murmured, her arms sliding up around his neck. Garion tried for a quick perfunctory kiss, but his princess had other ideas. Her little arms were surprisingly strong, and her fingers locked in his hair. The kiss was lingering, and Garion's knees began to tremble.
There,
Zenedra breathed, when she finally released him.
We'd better go in,
Garion suggested, as the trumpets blared again.
In a moment. Did you muss me?
She turned around so that he could inspect her.
No, he replied. Everything still seems to be in order.
She shook her head rather disapprovingly.
Try to do a little better next time, she told him. Otherwise, I might start to think that you're not taking me seriously.
I'm never going to understand you, Zenedra.
I know,
she said with a mysterious little smile. Then she patted his cheek gently.
And I am going to do everything I can to keep it that way. Shall we go in? We really shouldn't keep our guests waiting, you know.
That's what I said in the first place.
We were busy then,
she declared, with a certain grand indifference.
Just a moment.
She carefully smoothed his hair.
There. That's better. Now, give me your arm.
Garion extended his arm, and his princess laid her hand on it. Then he opened the door to the third chorus from the trumpets. They entered the hall, and an excited buzz ran through the crowd assembled there. Taking his cue from Zenedra, Garion moved at a stately pace, his face sober and regal-looking.
Not quite so grim, she whispered. Smile just a little, and nod occasionally. It's the thing to do.
If you say so, he replied. I really don't know too much about this sort of thing.
Oh, you'll be just fine,
she reassured him. Smiling and nodding to the spectators, the royal couple passed through the hall to the chair that had been placed near the front for the princess. Garion held the chair for her, then bowed and mounted the dais to his throne. As always happened, the orb of Aldur began to glow as soon as he sat down. This time, however, it seemed to have a faint pink cast to it. The official betrothal ceremony began with a rolling invocation delivered in a thunderous voice by the high priest of Balar. Grodeg took a full advantage of the dramatics of the situation.
"Tiresome old windbag, isn't he?"
Belgariad murmured from his accustomed place at the right of the throne.
"What were you and Zenedra doing in there?"
Aunt Paul asked Garion.
"Nothing,"
Garion replied, blushing furiously.
"Really? And it took you all that time? How extraordinary!"
Grodog had begun reading the first clauses of the betrothal agreement. To Garion they sounded like pure gibberish. At various points, Grodog stopped his reading to look sternly at Garion.
"Does His Majesty, Belgariad of Riva, agree to this?" he demanded each time.
"I do," Garion replied.
"Does Her Highness Tsenedra of the Tonedran Empire agree to this?"
Grodog asked the princess. Tsenedra responded in her clear voice.
"I do?"
"How are you two getting along?"
Belgarath asked, ignoring the droning voice of the clergyman.
"Who knows?" Garion answered helplessly. "I can't tell from one minute to the next what she's going to do." "That's the way it's supposed to be, dear," Aunt Paul told him. "I don't suppose that you would consider explaining that." "No, dear," she replied, with a smile as mysterious as Tsenedra's had been. "I didn't really think so," he mumbled.
Garion thought about Tsenedra's rather open invitation to Musser during the interminable reading of the document which was firmly nailing down the remainder of his life, and the more he thought about it, the more he found the notion of a bit of polite mussing attractive. He rather hoped that the princess would linger after the ceremony, and that they might go someplace private to discuss it. Following Grodeg's pompous benediction, however, Tsenedra was immediately surrounded by all of the younger girls of the court and swept away for some private celebration of their own. From all of the giggling and wicked little glances cast in his direction, he concluded that the conversation at their little get-together was going to be very frank, probably naughty, and that the less he knew about it, the better. As Silkenbarak had predicted, the High Priest of Valar tried several times to speak to Garion privately. Each time, however, Garion put on a great show of ingenuousness and sent immediately for Belgarath. Grodog left the island with his entire retinue the following day. To add a final insult to the whole matter, Garion insisted that he and Belgarath accompany the fuming ecclesiast to his ship to see him off, and to be certain that no bear cultist might inadvertently be left behind.
"Whose idea was all of this?"
Belgarath inquired, as he and Garion climbed the steps back to the citadel.
"Silk and I worked it out," Garion replied smugly.
"I might have known."
"I thought things went quite well," Garion congratulated himself.
"You have made yourself a dangerous enemy, you know."
"We can handle him."
"You're getting to be very free with that 'we,' Garion," Belgarath said disapprovingly.
"We are all in this together, aren't we, Grandfather?"
Belgarath looked at him helplessly for a moment, and then began to laugh. In the days that followed Grodeg's departure, however, there was little occasion for laughter. Once the official ceremonies were over, the Aelorn kings, King Fulrak, and various advisers and generals got down to business. Their subject was war.
"The most recent reports I have from Thal Murgos indicate that Tarogas is preparing to move the southern Morgos up from Rachaga as soon as the weather breaks on the eastern coast," King Rodar advised them.
"And the Nadrax?" King Anheg asked.
"They appear to be mobilizing, but there is always a question about the Nadrax. They play their own game, so it takes a lot of Grolums to whip them into line. The Turls just obey orders."
"The Turls don't really concern anyone," Brand observed. "The key to the whole situation is how many Melorians are going to be able to take the field against us."
"There's a staging area for them being set up at Sol Zalek," Rodar reported. "But they are also waiting for the weather to break in the Sea of the East."
King Anheg frowned thoughtfully.
"Melorians are bad sailors," he mused. "They won't move until summer, and they'll hog the north coast all the way to Tulzelek. We need to get a fleet into the Sea of the East as soon as possible, If we can sink enough of their ships and drown enough of their soldiers, we might be able to keep them out of the war entirely. I think we should strike in force into Garog-Nadrak. Once we get into the forests, my men can build ships. We will sail down the river Cordu and out into the Sea of the East." "Thy plan has merit, your majesty," Manderallen approved, studying the large map hanging on the wall. "The Nadraks are fewest in number, and farthest removed from the hordes of southern Thalmurgos." King Rodar shook his head stubbornly. "I know you want to get it to the sea as quickly as possible, Anheg. But you are committing me to a campaign in the Nadrak forest. I need open country to maneuver in. If we strike at the Tulls, we can cut directly across to the upper reaches of the River Mardu, and you can sail on down to the sea that way." "There aren't that many trees in Mishrak Achtul,"
Anheg protested. "Why build ships out of green lumber if you don't have to? Why not sell up the Aldur and then portage across?" Rodar asked.
"You want my men to portage ships up the eastern escarpment? Rodar, be serious."
"We have engineers, Anheg. They can devise ways to lift your ships to the top of the escarpment." Garion did not want to intrude his inexperience on the conference, but the question came out before he had time to think about it. "Have we decided where the final battle's going to be?" "Which final battle was that, Garion?" "When we meet them head-on, like Vomimbre." "There won't be a Vomimbre in this war," Anheg told him.
"Not if we can help it."
"Vomimbre was a mistake, Garion," Belgarath said quietly. "We all knew it, but there wasn't anything that we could do about it."
"We won, didn't we?"
"That was pure luck, and you cannot plan a campaign on the hope that you might get lucky. Nobody wanted the battle at Vomimbre. We didn't, and Kaltorak didn't. But nobody had any choice in the matter. We had to commit to battle before the second Angarak column arrived in the west. Kaltorak had been holding the southern Murgos and eastern Malorians in reserve near Rakhaga, and they started to march when he turned west from the siege of the stronghold. If they had been able to join forces with Kaltorak, there would not have been enough men in all of the west to meet them. So we had to fight. Vomimbre was the least objectionable battlefield."
"Why didn't Kaltorak just wait until they arrived?"
"You cannot stop an army in unfriendly territory, King Belgariad," Colonel Brendig explained. "You'll have to keep moving, or the local populace destroys all of the food and starts coming out at night to cut up your people. You can lose half your army that way."
"Kaltorak did not want the meeting at Vomimbre any more than we did," Belgarath went on. "The column from Rakhaga got caught in a spring blizzard in the mountains. They were bogged down for weeks. They finally had to turn back. Torak was forced to fight at Vomimbre, without any advantage of numbers, and nobody in his right mind goes into battle that way."
"Thy force should be larger by a quarter than thine adversaries," Manderallen agreed. "Else the outcome must be in doubt."
"By a third," Barak corrected in a rumbling voice. "By half, if you can arrange it."
"Then all we are going to do is spread out all over the eastern half of the continent and fight a whole series of little battles?" Garion demanded incredulously. "That could take years. Decades. It could go on for a century."
"If it has to," Belgarath told him bluntly. "What did you expect, Garion? A short little ride in the sunshine? A nice, easy fight, and then home before winter? I am afraid it won't be like that. You had better get used to wearing armor and a sword.
because you will probably be dressed that way for most of the rest of your life. This is likely to be a very long war."
Garion's illusions were crumbling rapidly. The door to the council room opened then, and Olban, Bran's youngest son, entered and spoke with his father. The weather had turned blustery, and a spring storm was raking the island. Olban's grey raven cloak was dripping as he entered. Dismayed by the prospect of year after year of campaigning in the east, Garion distractedly stared at the puddle forming around Olban's feet as the young man talked quietly with Brand. Then, out of habit, he lifted his eyes slightly to look at the hem of Olban's cloak. There was a small tear on the left corner of the cloak, and a scrap of cloth seemed to be missing. Garion stared at the telltale rip for a moment, without realizing exactly what it was he was seeing. Then he went suddenly cold. With a slight start, he jerked his eyes up to look at Olban's face. Brand's youngest son was perhaps Garion's own age, a bit shorter but more muscular. His hair was pale blonde, and his young face was serious, reflecting already the customary raven gravity. He seemed to be trying to avoid Garion's eyes, but showed no other sign of nervousness. Once, however, he looked inadvertently at the young king, and seemed to flinch slightly, as guilt rose clearly into his eyes. Garion had found the man who had tried to kill him. The conference continued after that, but Garion did not hear any more of it. What was he to do? Had Olban acted alone, or were others involved? Had Brand himself been a part of it? It was so difficult to know what a raven was thinking. He trusted Brand, but the big warder's connection with the bear cult gave a certain ambiguity to his loyalties. Could Grodeg be behind all of this? Or perhaps a Grolem? Garion remembered the Earl of Yarvik, whose soul had been purchased by Ashrak, and who had mounted rebellion in Val Alorn. Had Olban fallen, perhaps, under the spell of the blood-red gold of Angarak, as Yarvik had? But Riva was an island, the one place in the world where no Grolem could ever come. Garion discounted the possibility of bribery. In the first place, it was not in the raven character. In the second, Olban had not likely ever been in a situation to come into contact with a Grolem. Rather grimly, Garion decided on a course of action. Lulderan, of course, had to be kept out of it. The hot-headed young Asturian was incapable of the kind of delicate discretion that seemed to be called for. He would reach for his sword, and the whole business would disintegrate rather rapidly after that. When the conference broke up for the day late that afternoon, Garion went to look for Olban. He did not take a guard with him, but he did wear his sword. As chance had it, it was in a dim corridor not unlike the one where the assassination attempt had taken place that the young king finally ran Brand's youngest son down. Olban was coming along the passageway in one direction, and Garion was going the other. Olban's face paled slightly when he saw his king, and he bowed deeply to hide his expression. Garion nodded as if intending to pass without speaking, but turned after the two of them had gone by each other. "Olban," he said quietly. Brand's son turned, a look of dread on his face. "I noticed that the corner of your cloak is torn," Garion said, in an almost neutral tone. "When you take it to have it mended, this might help." He took the scrap of cloth out from under his doublet and offered it to the pale-faced young raven. Olban stared, wide-eyed at him, not moving. "And as long as we are at it," Garion continued, "you might as well take this, too. I think you dropped it somewhere." He reached inside his doublet again and took out the dagger with its bent point. Olban started to tremble violently, and then he suddenly dropped to his knees.
Please, Your Majesty, he begged. Let me kill myself. If my father finds out what I've done, it'll break his heart. Why did you try to kill me, Olban? For love of my father, Bran's son confessed, tears welling up in his eyes. He was ruler here in Riva until you came. Your arrival degraded him. I couldn't bear that. Please, Your Majesty, don't have me dragged to the scaffold like a common criminal. Give me the dagger. I'll bury it in my heart right here. Spare my father this last humiliation. Don't talk nonsense, Garion told him. Get up. You look silly down there on your knees. Your Majesty, Olban began to protest. Oh, be still, Garion told him irritably. Let me think for a moment. Dimly, he began to see the glimmer of an idea. All right. This is what we're going to do. You are going to take this knife and this wool scrap down to the harbor and throw them into the sea. And then you are going to go on about your life as if this had never happened. Your Majesty, I'm not finished. Neither you nor I will ever speak of this again. I don't want any hysterical public confessions, and I absolutely forbid you to kill yourself. Do you understand me, Olban? Dumbly the young man nodded. I need your father's help too much to have this come out, or for him to be distracted by personal tragedy. This did not happen, and that's an end of it. Take these. Get out of my sight. He shoved the knife and the wool scrap into Olban's hands. He was suddenly infuriated. The weeks of looking nervously over his shoulder had all been so unnecessary, so useless. Oh, one other thing, Olban, he added as the stricken young Revan turned to leave. Don't throw any more knives at me. If you want to fight, let me know. We will go someplace private and cut each other to ribbons, if that's what you want. Olban fled, sobbing. Very well done, Belgariad. The dry voice complimented him. Oh, shut up, Garion said. He slept very little that night. He had a few doubts about the wisdom of the course he had taken with Olban, but on the whole, he was satisfied that what he had done had been right. Olban's act had been no more than an impulsive attempt to erase what he believed to be his father's degradation. There had been no plot involved in it. Olban might resent Garion's magnanimous gesture, but he would not throw any more daggers at his king's back. What disturbed Garion's sleep the most during that restless night was Belgarath's bleak appraisal of the war upon which they were about to embark. He slept briefly on toward dawn, and awoke from a dreadful nightmare with icy sweat standing out on his forehead. He had just seen himself, old and weary, leading a pitifully small army of ragged, gray-haired men into battles that they could not possibly win. There is an alternative, of course, if you've recovered enough from your bout of peevishness to listen, the voice in his mind advised him as he sat bolt upright and trembling in his bed. What? Garion answered aloud. Oh, that. I'm sorry I spoke that way. I was irritated, that's all. In many ways, you are like Belgarath, remarkably so. This irritability seems to be hereditary. It is only natural, I suppose, Garion conceded. You said there was an alternative? An alternative to what? To this war that's giving you nightmares. Get dressed. I want to show you something. Garion climbed out of his bed and hastily jerked on his clothing. Where are we going? He asked, still speaking aloud. It isn't far. The room to which the other awareness directed him was musty and showed little evidence of use.
The books and scrolls lining the shelves along its walls were dust-covered, and cobwebs draped the corners. Gerion's lone candle cast looming shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. "On the top shelf," the voice told him. "The scroll, wrapped in yellow linen. Take it down." Gerion climbed up on a chair and took down the scroll. "What is this?" he asked. "The Mren Codex. Take off the cover and start unrolling it. I'll tell you when to stop." It took Gerion a moment or two to get the knack of unrolling the bottom of the scroll with one hand and rolling the top up with the other. "There," the voice said. "That's the passage. Read it." Gerion struggled over the words. The script was spidery, and he still did not read very well. "It doesn't make any sense," he complained. "The man who wrote it down was insane," the voice apologized. "And he was an imbecile besides. But he was all I had to work with. Try it again, out loud." Gerion read, "Behold, it shall come to pass that in a certain moment that which must be, and that which must not be, shall meet, and in that meeting shall be decided all that has gone before, and all that will come after. Then will the child of light and the child of dark face each other in the broken tomb, and the stars will shudder and grow dim." Gerion's voice trailed off. "It still doesn't make any sense," he objected. "It is a bit obscure," the voice admitted. "As I said, the man who wrote it was insane. I put the ideas there, but he used his own words to express them." "Who is the child of light?" Gerion asked. "You are. For the moment, at least. It changes." "Me? Of course. Then who's this child of dark that I'm supposed to meet?" "Torak." "Torak?" "I should have thought that would be obvious by now. I told you once about the two possible destinies coming together finally. You and Torak, the child of light and the child of dark. You embody those destinies." "But Torak's asleep." "Not anymore. When you first put your hand on the orb, the touch signaled his awakening. Even now he stirs on the edge of awareness, and his hand fumbles for the hilt of Srakgoru, his black sword." Gerion went very cold. "Are you trying to say that I'm supposed to fight Torak alone?" "It is going to happen, Belgariad. The universe itself rushes toward it. You can gather an army if you want, but your army, or Torak's, won't mean anything. As the Codex says, everything will be decided when you finally meet him. In the end, you will face each other alone. That's what I meant by an alternative." "What you are trying to say is that I'm supposed to go off alone and find him and fight him?" Gerion demanded incredulously. "Approximately. Yes." "I won't do it." "That's up to you." Gerion struggled with it. "If I take an army, I'll just get a lot of people killed, and it won't make any difference in the end anyway." "Not the least bit. In the end, it will just be you, Torak, Srakgoru, and the sword of the Raven King." "Don't I have any choice at all?" "None whatsoever." "Do I have to go alone?" Gerion asked plaintively. "It does not say that." "Could I take one or two people with me?" "That is your decision, Belgariad. Just don't forget to take your sword." He thought about it for the rest of the day. In the end, his choice was obvious. As evening settled over the gray city of Riva, he sent for Belgariad and Silk. There were some problems involved, he knew, but there was no one else he could rely on. Even if his power were diminished,
Belgarath's wisdom made Geryon not even want to consider the undertaking without him. And silk, of course, was just as essential. Geryon reasoned that his own increasing talent for sorcery could see them through any difficulties if Belgarath should falter, and silk could probably find ways to avoid most of the serious confrontations. Geryon was confident that the three of them would be able to cope with whatever arose until they found Torak. He did not want to think about what might happen then. When the two of them arrived, the young king was staring out the window with haunted eyes. "You sent for us?" Silk asked. "I have to make a journey," Geryon replied in a scarcely audible voice.
"What's bothering you?" Belgarath said. "You look a bit sick."
"I just found out what it is that I am supposed to do, grandfather."
"Who told you?"
"He did."
Belgarath pursed his lips.
"A bit premature, perhaps," he suggested. "I was going to wait a while longer. But I have to assume he knows what he's doing."
"Who is this that we are talking about?"
"Geryon has a periodic visitor," the old man answered. "A rather special visitor."
"That's a singularly unenlightening response, old friend."
"Are you sure you really want to know?"
"Yes, I think I do," Silk replied. "I get the feeling that I am going to be involved in it."
"You are aware of the prophecy?"
"Naturally."
"It appears that the prophecy is a bit more than a statement about the future. It seems to be able to take a hand in things from time to time. It speaks to Geryon on occasion."
Silk's eyes narrowed as he thought about that.
"All right," he said finally. "You don't seem surprised."
The rat-faced little man laughed. "Belgarath, nothing about this whole thing surprises me anymore." Belgarath turned back to Geryon.
"Exactly. What did he tell you?"
"He showed me the Mren Codex. Have you read it?"
"From end to end and backward and forward, even from side to side a couple of times. Which part did he show you?"
"The part about the meeting of the Child of Light and the Child of Dark."
"Oh, I was afraid it might have been that part," Belgarath said. "Did he explain it?"
Dumbly, Geryon nodded.
"Well,"
the old man said with a penetrating look,
"now you know the worst. What are you going to do about it?"
He gave me a couple of alternatives. I can wait until we get an army together, and we can go off and fight back and forth with the Angarax for generations. That's one way, isn't it?
Belgarath nodded.
Of course, that will get millions of people killed for nothing, won't it?
The old man nodded again. Geryon drew in a deep breath.
Or I can go off by myself and find Torak, wherever he is, and try to kill him.
Silk whistled, his eyes widening.
He said that I did not have to go alone, Geryon added hopefully. I asked him about that.
"Thanks,"
Belgarath said dryly. Silk sprawled in a nearby chair, rubbing thoughtfully at his pointed nose. He looked at Belgarath. "You know that Belgarath would skin the both of us, inch by inch, if we let him go off alone, don't you?" Belgarath grunted. "Where did you say Torak is?"
Thol Mishrak, in Meloria.
"I have never been there."
"I have, a few times. It's not a very attractive place."
"Maybe time has improved it."
"Not very likely."
Silk shrugged. "Maybe we ought to go with him. Show him the way. That sort of thing. It's time I left Riva anyway. Some ugly rumors are starting to go around about me."
"It is a rather good time of year for traveling," Belgarath admitted.
giving Geryon a sly, sidelong glance. Geryon felt better already. He knew from their bantering tone that they had already made up their minds. He would not have to go in search of Torak alone. For now, that was enough. There would be time for worrying later. "All right. What do we do?"
"We creep out of Riva very quietly," Belgariad replied. "There's nothing to be gained by getting into any long discussions with your Aunt Paul about this."
"Oh, the wisdom of the ages," Silk agreed fervently. "When do we start?" His ferret eyes were very bright.
"The sooner the better," Belgariad shrugged. "Did you have any plans for tonight?"
"Nothing that I cannot postpone."
"All right, then. We will wait until everyone goes to bed. Then we will pick up Geryon's sword and get started."
"Which way do we go?"
"Cinderia first," Belgariad replied, "and then across Drasnia to Gorognadrach, then north to the archipelago that leads to Maloya. It's a long way to Chrol Mishrak and the tomb of the one-eyed god."
"And then?"
"Then, Geryon, we settle this, once and for all."